Hello, guys. Let's see. Can you even see that? Let's see if I can't zoom in just a smidgen. Where's it at? Oh, there we go. I don't know if that helped. Probably barely zoomed in. Problem is, pencil. It's hard to see everything with all these shitty lights and all that set up. Like I don't have the proper setting up set up for capturing pencil. So I'm like, but this is gonna. I mean, I can see it, but I don't know how enjoyable it is for everyone else. Let's see if we can. Like, like tweak this a little bit. Further down. Oh, not that far. There we go. think that looks a little better. Not by much, but whatever. Draw a PUD? What is a PUD? I don't know what you mean, sir. Whatever do you mean, sir? Do I have to do the first PUD of the live stream? You gotta always draw a PUD. Well, if I do, I don't know. I'm worried if I draw too much of an accurate PUD, even though I'm not drawing that, I'll get in trouble. I'll get in trouble. Gonna get me in trouble with the YouTube police. There you go. There's a PUD. Again, I'm not drawing that PUD. I'm drawing my PUD, and I didn't mean it that way. This is not. I don't have a weird looking PUD like this. I'm also changing the music because this music sucks. Let's see. Let's see. Where? Is this what I want? I don't know. We'll see. I'm a bit of a DOS head when it comes to music. Let's see. DOS music. I like me some DOS music. I think I don't get in trouble for playing this type of music because it's video game music. Dude, is that what my stream looks like right now? It's fucking bad. Looks bad. That much better? Yeah. That's all you get. Maybe I should change highest FPS? I have no idea. I don't think any of this one matters. Yeah, this is PUD tunes right here. This is what a PUD sounds like in music form. Yeah, there's a PUD. PUD to you, my friend. PUD to you. Oh yeah. Where's my reference picture? I feel like I already started on the wrong foot with this drawing. That leg's wrong. That leg is all wrong. See? That's better. I'm not sold on this design right now, but I've never drawn. I don't think I've drawn this character before, so that's my excuse for the first attempt. At this point, it's the classic trust the process sort of thing. Jackrabbit. Oh geez, this is gonna be all Jackrabbit stuff until skip around. Wait, what is that? Oh no, they're gonna sneak in Toto in this mix. Uh-oh. I gotta get out of here. Good old classic mix, which then starts incorporating shit that I do not want in my mix. That's what's wrong with this. Here we go. Commander Keen. I dodged a bolt there. I almost was playing copyright tan music. Fuck that. Is this Louie Louie? The fuck was that? I was hearing Louie Louie. Yeah, I'm not liking this. I don't like these proportions. We're gonna start over. Pud. Boop beep boop beep. This is what Pud. This is a Pud sound effect if I've ever heard one. Whatever that noise is. Let's see. Let's draw this other character. You gotta draw a few. You gotta draw a couple bad drawings before you can get to the good drawings. That's the secret. You keep drawing until you figure it out. It's like this is what all this practice leads to the well executed drawing. Actually, I don't even know what I want to do with this character's pose. I don't know why I keep wanting to draw it that way. This is already... It's a weird design. Let's see. I think we're gonna do like more like this design, jelly bean like shape. Yeah, this is sometimes this is the exciting life of an artist. Slowly just looking at references till I figure out what the fuck I'm doing. Then draw a little bit, and then look for more references, draw a little bit. Quietly sit here listening to music while I try to figure out what the fuck I'm doing. So, good times. Oh, whoop. Yeah, okay. Like, I'm still trying to get the shape language of this character down. In my hands. That's another thing. I have little nuggets of good stuff every once in a while. And one of it is you gotta kind of have to train your, not just your eyes or your mind, you have to train your hand to draw what you actually want to fucking like commit to. So to be able to actually like draw this character, you have to draw it hundreds and hundreds and thousands of times. It's the only way. You can't just go, I want to draw it good now. I want to draw it correctly this time. You just gonna have to kind of work it out literally in your hand. And sometimes, yeah, it just looks like shit. Like, I always have to show this stuff where it's like, here's like some pre-drawn stuff real quick. This is what I've been just working on lately, where you gotta draw shit poorly before you get an idea for what you want. So like this, it's like trying to make like a female mad scientist looking kind of character. There's components to it that I want, but I'm open to. And then like even this is like I know I want the character to have at least glasses, and the glasses I want to be just circles. You know, no eyes behind it, or at least majority of the time. But then I'm just trying to like figure out shape language. So like this was like the first drawing, and I don't like it, but it's then to reference, or then I use that as a reference to then draw the picture I do like. Same with like stuff like this, where like not until I draw this, now that I know what shapes I like, actually, I kind of like this shape stuff. Like, so like I can already immediately I can already draw it how I want to see it in my mind's eye already. So I'm already drawing the character with little to no problem. Like I know what lines need to be executed. I also want this like bottom part of her glasses to kind of have this kind of effect. I don't know why. I don't want anything. I want her. It's funny. I want her glasses not to look like glasses, but just big giant eyes. Like I don't even want to draw a little line to bridge there. I did here, but then I kept drawing and I kept thinking, I don't know. Sometimes you just need to reduce, like same like this, like almost like this was me trying to overthink the design of glasses, which we all, let's just be straight with us. Like let's just be honest. Glasses suck. No one wants to be drawing glasses. If you want to draw glasses, you're a Satanist. I mean a masochist. I mean a masonry machinist. Yeah, so then you go down the route of you just want to draw circles for eyes that look mildly reflective. I don't want to draw that, especially if you're trying to draw like a more cartoon style. You're going to want to omit certain details for repetition. So like this character is going to be much easier to draw like this every time. It's going to be on model more often than not. But then drawing stuff like this is where I'm just trying to hit elements, and then I'll eventually boil it down to a more smarter, simpler design. But I mean, as you can see, I already spent this is just one afternoon just sketching stuff. And then little gecko lizard thing that this also looks like shit. But at least I know where I'm kind of going with this character. Like the roadmap is being kind of slowly filled out to where I don't feel completely lost. So with these characters, again, I'm referencing these off of a friend's of mine's designs. So I've never drawn them, I don't think, in any real capacity. So tonight's the first night I'm gonna tackle them and figure out like what is a successful design or shape for said characters and what is not. What do I like drawing, or how do I want to execute my interpretation of these characters, and what I don't. So I won't know until I just do the damn thing. So this is like a lizard character. I don't know what he is. I'll have to ask my good friend what it is specifically, but in the meantime, we'll just kind of roll with it. I don't already don't like that tail, but I'm just trying to get it on the fucking ground. That's already hard to do. Let's see. I'm trying to do this line here, then you replicate it so that it looks like the tail's flowing. There we go. I don't know. That's still not good. I don't like the way that looks, but again, just get the tail on there. Get the damn thing started. Same with like how much face beak do I want in this fucking lizard dude? Because I might have to, again, this is where I struggle with the design first, and then I'll just make quality of life decisions as I go. Like right now, I'm struggling to figure out where I want the mouth and the eyes to kind of meet with each other. like, I don't know. I wasn't. This is not a terrible design right here, but it's not good either. Excuse the noise. He's got a cane. Not sure if the cane is decorative or functional, so we'll just kind of give him a slight look like he's using it to some extent, either or. But yeah, I'm never be too worried about like just fucking figuring things out as you go, and then work your way out of that hole. Like right now, I'm struggling to just draw anything because I've yet to commit it to memory in my eyes, in my mind's eye, my hands. So right now it's just where the like again, it always goes back to like I have dozens and dozens of drawings of like these characters to where I'm pretty confident in any which way I draw them that I'll be able to, in some way or another, convince you guys that these faces are the same faces that move throughout a sequential story. You know, and drawing the, let's see, where the fuck is this character? Trying to find a recent drawing of this character, but I can't seem to find one. But yeah, I mean, again, how am I able to draw this multiple times and have them? I mean, clearly they don't look identical, but people would argue, oh yeah, is that the same character? You know, one of two reasons why they say that: either because I'm actually making it look close enough to each other that would be the dead giveaway of like, oh yeah, I think these are the same characters. You know, or two, I suck at making them look like the same character. Therefore, people would have to then kind of say like, are those the same characters? So, anyways, tis the challenge that is being an artist. Also, this is also another reference for the this another. I just realized. Let's see, where's my scissors? There we go. I cut this out myself, so this is the reference also that you guys can follow along with right here. In the meantime, not this character, of course, but the other character I was just drawing moments ago. So, if you want to know what I'm doing, I'm drawing this character and his dad, or I don't know. I don't know. This is supposed to be like the cartoony version of Texas Chainsaw Massacre or something like that, I guess. So let's see. Then I'll try and draw this character behind him. Because again, I'm not too worried about getting everything. It's just, again, a big part of it is just to start somewhere and go from there. I don't like right now. I'm trying to just make this big kind of circular shape. Get that to seem right. Because like the proportions of like this character versus this character in relation to each other. Like I don't even know if that works or not. Let's see. And then also I can cheat by putting this leg behind here. Ooh. Let's see. We'll just blacken it out. I'm not too worried about that leg, to be honest. Again, this is not like That's the thing is, I'm not always drawing like a finished piece. Like in this case, it would just be concepts designing, like working out character designs more or less than drawing a nice picture like most people would. Again, that's the thing is like those like iceberg tier lists or whatever they call them. What is it? Iceberg tier lists. I feel like you can use that the same way to reference like how art works, where like the tip of the iceberg that everyone sees and everything is like out in the open and is for general consumption in the art world is at the top, and then as the further you go down is like the more abstract or the more the approach to art itself. So like when you see you know, Mona Lisa on a wall, that's the tip of the iceberg. That's just the tip of the iceberg. That's everything that the artist put into it to then just present the drawing to you. That's the tip of the iceberg. The bottom of the iceberg, as you go down to the, what do they call it? The darker unseen areas. That's where you just get like concepts and just thoughts. Like at the very bottom, it would just be like abstract, like brainstorming within your mind or whatever. Again, I'm not trying to make it sound exciting because it's not. That's also the other part of it is it's the stuff that you struggle in your own mind with that you hope to not drive anyone else crazy. Like the more sane stuff is at the top, the more insane stuff is at the bottom, or like more what's the other word I was going to use? Like the more primal thoughts and like yeah, it's almost even kind of hard to. I mean, it sounds pretentious, but I mean, it's even hard to kind of describe what I'm just saying. But whenever someone's like the inception of an idea or like whatever, like how did you get to that point? It's like it starts out with like the most rudimentary thing, which is like little epiphanies. Like I would just be putting words like epiphany or those the eureka moments, those whatever all the different words that they use for basically the same thing. But again, artists this is in order to get anywhere, you got to kind of start here, drawing bad executions of good ideas, or to figure out if the idea is good to begin with. You won't know until you kind of bang it out a little bit. That's what she said. But yeah, like this character, I like this character design, but it's kind of hard to fully commit right this second to my interpretation of it. It's kind of like when you have certain interpretations of like iconic characters, and you have to just make it a little bit obscure in your favor, so that I feel like you can actually have, I think, a well executed piece. Like if I was to draw like fan art or something, it's like I'm not gonna draw it one for one, or because of one reason is just enjoy that version of it. Then like I don't need to like look at a picture and just redraw it, right? Here you go. I just stared at someone else's drawing and there he is. It's like, okay, well, most people want the artist's kind of like signature, not a signature, but their signature look. So like when they say like, oh, McFarlane Spider-Man, that's a very specific signature, aesthetically uh, specific design. And so you kind of have to work with within your own kind of limitations and everything too. Like I hate drawing Spider-Man. I love Spider-Man as a design. I hate drawing it. Like I'd be doing a lot of stuff to change that design, in my opinion, in order to be content with drawing them multiple times, repetitively. But yeah, this is going fairly decent. Like, for example, I think he still should be smaller, but I'm not worried about that right now. Again, never worry about too many things. Like, right now, I'm just trying to stick to one train of thought, which is just bust this character out until something else pops in my head or a new discovery is met. Like, right now, it's just this character needs, his butcher's cape, whatever they call that, vest. I have no idea. I forget what I'm. But you know what it is. A bib. His butcher's bib. Yeah, and then just fuck around with things like that just to kind of start selling it in my own mind. Because again, you're going to eventually start to feel it, like a consistency for the character in your designs, and so it'll take you a second, but eventually you'll be like, all right, I think I'm confident in executing an actual proper design sort of thing. So like in this case, I'm on the verge of being like, all right, now I can actually potentially give a genuine, well thought out design. If I've gotten this far, and I'm starting to like it, like this is better than the last. It's better than here. Let's bring it back. Also, you got to kind of warm up a little. So like this is a bad drawing, and I think this is a good drawing. That's all that matters in my mind right now. Is this looks like shit? This looks good. This is feeling like where I want it to go, and the other one isn't. And again, it might have just been the fact that I was just warming up a little bit. Again, which is also a big deal with when it comes to art. The art world is feeling like your hands kind of warmed up and ready to go. Never underestimate kind of like warming up like you would with like a traditional athlete where you would have stretches and all that. So same goes for drawing. So it's kind of the thing where you're like, oh, you just gotta suck. You make a shitty drawing first, and then you'll be able to hopefully get that out of your system so that you can then move on to a better drawing. So, and that won't happen unless you do kind of what do you call it? Submit yourself to the process again. So like right now I'm feeling it. Also I'm overdrawing, sometimes because it's like just again, this sounds silly, but it's like this is like a conversation with your art is by like and being intimate with it. Again, it sounds silly, but it's true. Like you eventually kind of have to, and some days you just have to internalize stuff in this manner where you're like, all right, I kind of traced this character, got used to like how my hand is going to execute certain shapes and whatnot, and what isn't this character in terms of shape, and what is. Again, this is all based around my interpretation. Like I'm looking at obviously like this, but Clearly, these aren't one for one, but you know, you can feel a sense of similarness. Like in this case, uh, the other reference I'm referencing on this other monitor here is slightly different than this one. So I went with this design first to try it out, and it looks more like that previous drawing. And then I started to kind of reference this more and went closer to this shape wise, like the shape language, where it's a bit more um, round and soft, and there's not too many. Like right now, for me, it's all about like how to get this little stump of a head on a big body without too many crazy design changes. Because like if you put that's where I always get obsessed with, where you're like you do the thing where you go, oh, you draw. This is how you draw a muscle. You draw everything, and guess what? I'm already fucking with proportions and stuff. But you go, that's an arm. That's an arm. That's a man's arm, or a really buff woman's arm. This fist isn't great because I'm running out of room. But like what I just decided to just pick now to articulate, like this is what is it, deltoid? I don't know what it's called. After a while, I start forgetting what things are because you just draw it and you're like, that's the thing. This is the forearm. I decided this is the elbow and the line here. That's all you need. Oh, it looks like a pud. Remember, guys, your arm looks just like a pud. Here's the bicep. Here's like the top of your shoulder. Now, I didn't render the shit out of this. I didn't, that's one thing I also don't like about like life drawing and shit, where you're like, you got to really just, I can't even bring myself to draw something, realistic. For one, yeah, realistic, but two, like proportionally right. And like, I've just learned that like certain things, like I already see that's an arm to me. That's still not accurate to a real arm. Like I can't bring myself to draw it in any other way. But if you guys are convinced that that's an arm, then that's all I need to do. That's my work, my job. Same with this. Like I could draw every little subtle line to really get every little, and I'm just using like me just drawing, like overdrawing, like for example, hearts are fun because it's just two shapes, a triangle. I like this triangle more than if you were to try and like draw like sharp, like or whatever. Like I don't know. It's all about drawing. It's the only time I like hearts is because of the way you can easily get it out of your system. Like circles, triangles kind of suck a little bit. Which is funny because Pogheggio is a triangle. Which it's not hard. Some things flow better. And I've always noticed literally doing this and this for some reason. That just me doing those two strokes. Same with triangles, upside down triangles. Things like this, W shapes. That's why like Callie, the mushroom character's mask is like that, because I just shapes that I like. And again, see how I'm just fucking around and populating this paper with stuff. This is all you need to do in order to really get things going. So yeah, like it all just always comes down to exploring the characters over time and seeing what works and what doesn't work. Not even just for like your sake, but like, and which is, obviously for me right now, that is the case. Like, I guess at the end of the day, here's the thing: is if I was like tasked to be the only person to draw something, I'm going to draw it in a way that it'll be positively, like execute. Like I'll be able to execute it effectively and to a set amount of standard. Um, that then someone else can then, go, oh yeah, there's the character. Thank you that you just did the commission I wanted you to do for said character right there. But also, they didn't specify like you didn't draw this thing exactly how I wanted, but I like it. And you're like, cool, because I'm not going to draw it probably the other way that you might have suggested. But yeah, I don't know. Sometimes you have. Also, that's another thing too. Some people just are convinced after you've drawn it, like after I've done this work, and then I just turn it in like this, and here you go. Even though I didn't draw this, but if I was to like officially give you, here's the character's concept, or they see this and they see that they're liking this, you can then commit to an official, drawing. But not until then can you, do that. So, but anyways, yeah, just how character designs work as a whole. On the whole, like I don't even know how to draw his hat at this point because I have yet to suss it out myself. Like this is the part where you say like, this is what I'm getting paid for. I'm getting paid to fucking struggle with this hat. That's what you want me to say, or that's what I want to say. It's kind of, again, instead of Texas, I think these guys are like Bayou trash. Is that a thing? Bayou trash? Bayou trash. Swamp trash. We're swamp trash. Swamp trash. Yeah, that hat sucks, but whatever. Again, I'm not too worried about it. His britches are pretty high up. Look at those britches. Pull your britches up, son. Then I'm also crazy and I like to make character name or do character voices as you design the character. Not always, but if it's fun to do, then do it. I think this is supposed to be like if you were to turn the Colonel from KFC and the cook from Texas Chainsaw Massacre and put them together and then design him like a fucking Disney anthropomorphic character, you get this character. I think is what the premise is. Same with this one. You got your Pete and Scrooge McDuck, characters, but if they are Bayou maniacs. Bayou maniacs. See, I'm just now trying to get in the character. Again, I'm also just being also nice to myself to some extent too, where you have to just allow yourself to just fuck about until you feel pretty confident, satisfied in your character design. Like I'm already starting to feel pretty good about all this. So if I was to, again, and that's the thing too, is I feel like not everyone always speaks on that more about really just like the grind and like just really punching that home that like this shit isn't easy. I'm not saying people would say it's easy, but that's it to say that like it's more transparent than it is. I mean, I don't know. I do start to get into a bit of a pretentious mindset after at a certain point where I'm like, no. Remember, but I don't know. I think everyone who puts in their 10,000 hours or whatever to be, that they feel that they need to have some type of defense mechanism built in where they're like, well, you didn't draw for X amount of time and put all this blood, sweat, and tears into something. Not not just for you to then for someone else to come in and act like they know what they're doing, or they don't. You know, again, that's where I'm saying the whole pretentious story or the pretentiousness to some things kind of start to rear their ugly head. Where I'm just like, you can just come in and do whatever you want without any repercussions. Now I'm just sounding like the characters. Get in the headspace of the characters by being justifiable loonies. That's fun. But yeah, we've got let's see, this guy's name's Brisket. I didn't name him. We got Brisket. I don't know this character's name. So we got Brisket. So I'll need to reference or communicate with the original artist on what his Papaw's name is, because I probably was told it or knew about it, but since there's only this, I think this is the only drawing of this character. That's the other thing too, is I don't have any other references for this character. I have 2 references for Brisket, at least 2, maybe a third one somewhere in my collection. But I also know of the artist's kind of styling, so then I kind of can that's the one upside too, is I can kind of guess certain stylistic choices, decisions, or whatever. And so I would probably not be drawing this character any less fateful than he would. Because that's the thing too, is like sometimes you go past a point of like, it's not really that character anymore, or you want to give the original artist, the option to show you if there was any inherently like large design choice differences or like updates or anything like that. So like I would always just go back to being like, is there any other style choices that can be made that is either still fateful, or am I starting to have to deviate based around the lack of options that I'm given? So like this artist's anthropomorphic characters are pretty consistent, so then I can use that as also another way to kind of reference. It's like, okay, if I do this, then it still stays within the designs. Again, I'm not trying to show too many examples, because again, it's their art. Like this doesn't count because it does count, but since I drew it, or I mean I printed it out or whatever, and it's my own little table thing, I don't mind showing it off, but I'm not gonna just straight up just show off all this artist's designs and stuff without permission. But if you ever want to know their socials, I've got them. They're a good friend of mine, so, and half the stuff I can't show anyways, so bear in mind there's that as well. So I'll just leave it at that. But yeah, that's kind of what I was just I'm almost pretty much done with this design. I might execute close headshots just to kind of, sometimes you need to do that too. You need to, like this, it's like, you got to show a little bit of close-up rendering. That there's always, I think that's the 2 things, is you kind of show your full body model and get like all the, what do you call it, trying to think, but also trying to stay in draw mode got to work all the kinks out there and then get up close and draw a slightly more fleshed out rendering. This character, I don't know what he's doing with this design, so I'm gonna try and just like do something nice with it myself. The other one, I'm pretty confident in the design of the other character, to where whatever I decide to do is going to be a pretty solid, easy thing to do. It's this character that I'm less chill with. Huh. Like right now I'm like trying to figure out, like, because I'm pretty sure he's a lizard. Some type of reptilian. He's got... That's the thing I'm trying to do. I'm trying not to give him too much of a noggin. Try to draw it with at least some of the aesthetics in mind, like his eye being down here. You know, it's got to stay down enough. But then if I give him too much of a head, that doesn't really work. Let's see. Also, just drawing him in this one particular angle just to get this down, and then I'll worry about. Again, that's another thing too. Is like, don't worry about like perspective and all that stuff. Like, just kind of feel it out. Like, perspectives for, like, again, finished pieces and stuff that, like, you're going to eventually show off to someone. Like, right now I'm still in a like 75% confident level of like what this character is at the most, and so I'm not too worried about like fully 100% execution. You know, and I'm also not going to draw his hat just because I want to make sure I get his head looking fine. That's another thing too. Take the clothes off, take the, you know, that stuff off to make sure you are executing what you want, and then you can go back into putting the character's clothes back on, and you can do whatever you want with that. However, I just described that. Like, see how I'm just trying to get this fucking design down. You know, gotta add a little bit of the spit marks, you know, spit dribble when he talks. He's got one of those wet mouths that go every time he says something, which drives me up the fucking wall. Also, I think this character's always going to have his eyes mostly closed, or like have the blind guy eye, where it's just, or the superhero mask eyes, where you don't really see his eye pupils of any sort. It's all white. That also adds to like his spooky level, his spookiness. Got to give him his like Donald Duck mouth. See, there we go. It's the first time I put my pencil or my eraser on. It's also why I like sketching and stuff and just throwing the paper away or muscling through it. It's like, erasing is not acceptable in most cases, unless you really were just like, no, I really need to erase that. In that case, I did. Or you could just draw over the same fucking line multiple times like I'm doing. Again, I'm not confident in this character's design completely, so there will be a little bit of indecisiveness. You know, I would just put a line down and see how I feel about it. So like, if I keep doing that and I feel like I'm pretty confident and my hand seems to follow my train of thought, I'm usually pretty confident. Like that feels like it'll be set in stone here, short, you know, not too far down the route, you know, down the path of design. What I'm trying to figure out is trying to give him like a trying to do the thing where you give them like a bit of a goozle, a gizzly goozle, you know, because old people have this, but also do lizards. This little like, I don't know, what do people call this? I'm gonna erase this because I want to make sure I see that profile properly. Like, I don't know. And then here's another pro tip. Someone will probably tell you to do the mirror as well, which that involves you going in and finding a mirror or going into a room with a mirror. You don't need to do that. All you got to do is, I can't show you exactly how to do it on camera, but wherever your light source is in your room, usually it's right above your head. All you got to do is flip your paper flip it backwards, right? And then I'll take it off the screen, but I'll describe what I'm doing. I raise the paper up to the room's light, you know, the main source, and you see it backwards, and that will sometimes help you with looking at, like, say, especially when you want to like make something symmetrical. Like if you're drawing a character face on, are both arms proportionally the same, as close as, you know, in reason. Is one shoulder down a little too far, or is the eye drooping like it's melting off its face? And flipping the image backwards, even if like technically you're like, well, I could draw this in any angle, but like the drawing itself does look better or worse sometimes when you do this. Another one you can do is this. Here, actually, I can show you. Well, this will probably blind everyone, so bear in mind. Is this plugged in? No, I don't think it's plugged in. Or is it just... Oh, there it is. This is the other option, is if you have one of like light table things, LED things, flip the page or paper again. Like this is essentially what you're doing with your room. But this is if you have, again, if you have this, go right ahead. See, so now you can kind of see what I'm looking at when I'm trying to decipher whether or not this character's head looks right. And it doesn't look perfect, in my opinion. Let me turn that off. Sorry for blinding you. Nope, turn back on again. I like the one spot I touch is where the button is. So yeah, it's not perfect. Like when I flipped it, let's see, what was it? I don't know. The bottom of this bottom part here doesn't look right. I mean, it doesn't look bad, but it doesn't look what I wanted it to. But yeah, that's all these little things kind of help when it comes to, and at the end of the day, it's kind of the thing too, where it's like whatever helps you become more confident in your approach to something. Like, I like to give people tips that are pretty straightforward, but also there's room for you to take that and run with it yourself. And, you know, rules are meant to be broken kind of energy. So now I'm just kind of finally isolating what I like and don't like about this character's head shape, and just I'm okay with that. But yeah, like, to tell you like this is how you draw this exactly, but it's like, you could probably draw it better than I could anyways. So to give you like a tip to like flip your paper this way and it'll tell you all the bad shit you're doing, is so much more effective for you to take and use that than if I was just to just tell you how to draw a circle. This is how you draw a circle. There's no other way to draw a circle. I mean, there might be a factual thing to say like, this isn't a circle. It's like, okay, yeah, I get it. But you won't know how to do it until you just kind of do it. Just do it. So like this character right now is kind of like, I kind of want old man whiskers on his chin. I don't think I want it on his top lip or something. I don't know. Maybe on his brow, on his neck, wherever old people like to have their hair sprout up, which is usually the chin, the back of the neck. Those are always fun. The ears, those are always the fun spots for human people to have hair, whiskers on, but not on the head. Everything. I always like to make the joke that a male elderly male man. That doesn't sound. What the fuck? An elderly man has zero hair on his head, and it all just goes somewhere else. So you lose hair on your head, but then you get it on your chin, get it on your neck, get it on your eye, on your ears, on your neck. And it's mostly a joke. I'm not literally saying that's what happens. Just bear with me. So brisket is the name of the character, which is obviously like a type of meat cut, I believe. Right? How do they define brisket? I just know it tastes delicious. Oh yeah, it's a cut of meat from the breast or lower chest of the beef. Okay, so with that in mind, we're going to figure out what this character's name could be to help also design more stuff within it. Like, I'm not going to do it now because it's someone else's character, and if they say yes, you can change the name. That's one thing, but at this moment, for the sake of argument, the other character's name is Brisket, so we're going to use that, and I know that's the case. I know that character's name. There's clearly a stylistic choice for the theme. So, like, this character is a butcher, and the word brisket sounds kind of like a man's name. My name's Brisket. Whatever you do, whatever with that, with what you will. But if you're a butcher, you're going to deal with meat. So why not just call your character Meat? I mean, that's a little too obvious. Brisket's, I think, just a slightly better version of that. It's like calling your character Steak. It's like, okay. Beef. My name's Beef. It's like, okay. I kind of see where that goes in terms of stylizing the character, giving the character personality. But I mean, it's also a little bit ironic or whatever, because it's the idea that, like, if they're like, I don't know, killer butchers, a family of killers that are based around food, to have your name be Brisket sounds like it's a combination of like a Popeye character and the Sawyer family. Like, how do you put those two together? Where you're like, oh yeah, Mickey Mouse and Bubba Sawyer, and then what would that be? You wouldn't just I was not gonna call him Mickey Sawyer or whatever. Like, that's not where I was going with that. But how do you marry the two together? Where you're like, oh no, a fun silly cartoon mouse, and a psychopathic or crazy character. How do you find the tongue-in-cheek kind of middle ground there? So it's scary and kind of fun at the same time when it comes to, like, even the design. It's like a fairly appealing, but a kind of foreboding, or like he's kind of scary, but he's also kind of cute, or he's kind of fun, or there's a playfulness to that design where the other option is to like go full, like, traditionally, like, oh, he's just scary looking, period. Not That's why I always thought it was kind of fun with like movie slashers, where you're like, some characters just are way too obvious, and like, oh, they're just masked, and they're a scary lumbering masked man, which I like those characters, but like after a while you're like, what makes you stand out though? Like, you can only have so many characters in vague Halloween masks, or things that weren't meant to be scary but were tweaked to be scary. And then there's other completely like designs that are just straight up, oh, the character was burned alive. Well, I wonder if he'll have burned skin when he comes back to terrorize the town. And if the answer is no, then well, then what does he look like? Or what is the approach to that character? So in this case, it's like, again, Walt Disney, which I am also privy to this thought process by the original designer, but it's like Walt Disney meets, slasher films, which is always kind of what we have collaborated on in the past on other designs. So like, there's other characters that I don't know if they're in the same universe, which you could always, I guess, retcon or always just act like that was always been the case. But there's this dog character that I'm looking at that vaguely looks like he can be in the same universe, because he's anthropomorphic, and he's cute. He's wearing suspenders or like overalls or something with a bow tie, but then he's eating a heart. So I mean, there you go. He's eating a heart, but he looks humanoid. And if you're merging the two ideas of like, oh, look, it's a cute dog, like Goofy. But if he's also then gnawing on someone's heart, then you kind of go, oh, but he's doing that. That's a little off-brand. So it's like fun stuff like that. Like, I bet this character could easily be added to this universe based off of just those two parameters. And then other characters in there, ergo, other characters can then be designed according to that, where you're like, cute anthropomorphic animal meets fucked up thing. What do you call that? The juxtaposition, is that the right word I'm looking for? Of the two things, like the two contrarian things, like cute thing meets scary opposite thing, blood, gore, I guess arguably adult themed stuff, more adult, mature themed stuff that goes into the overall design decisions on top of the literal shape language. Like this character I drew with just that middle ground. I think of like, he's not cute, but he's also not like super unappealingly ugly, but he also still looks a little, mommy, I don't know if I like this thing, but it's also like kind of cute, or like, there's always a middle ground there that I think you need to successfully have like that, those two things kind of meet, or like, I think that's like ultimately what you want. So like, again, going back to Brisket's pretty much, his head is just this. It's just one big like arch. At least that's how I would deduce the shapes that I'm looking at. Like at least for me, like I can see myself drawing this more regularly than the other. Like, again, nothing against the artist, but like it's a circle, but then like his design or his choices to make what bulges are, where, would be up to that individual's design choice. Mine, I'm looking at it more like, how do I reduce it even further down? I mean, again, I'm not saying I'm better or anything, but I'm just saying, like, I almost feel like I want to design him like Juggernaut's helmet as a shorthand of saying what this shape is inspired by vaguely. Like, I'm just now realizing, like, you've already drawn pretty much Juggernaut's head or design. All you got to do is this or whatever, and there you go. You just drew Juggernaut. Not much more. I mean, you can't see what I just put on there because I put it lightly, but it's because I'm going to erase it. But basically, 3 little trapezoids for where his eyes and his mouth go in the orientation of where the helmet is. And you don't even need to draw like eyes behind it or whatever. Like, literally, you can reduce it down to that. So in my opinion, I think I'm going to want to do a similar effect where it's literally just, I mean, not stepping too far away from the design, but if I had to keep drawing this character, I'm going to want to start to have a consistency, again, behind my designs. Like I don't even know if I like that smile. Like I almost feel like that smile's already kind of portraying the design of this character. There is some sharp angles that really need to be added. So like right here. So what I just did now was another choice where you go like this. And now I'm not saying like, well, that's how a mouth works. It does technically go like this, where there's a sharp point here, how the muscles in the mouth go. But also, what I did before I added the little sharp corners is I made it soft and round. It almost more looked like how you would, like, I guess, make a clown, the clown shape around their mouth, where it's, it's this, it's like woo, and then there's a mouth, right? Like that's a clown's face, but I find that not to be the appropriate shape if I was to then make it teeth or like an open mouth grin. So again, going back to what I was saying, but using a different thing, sharpen that up to execute an actual slightly more teeth bearing, and then do one of these things, and then now you have a little bit of a scarier design that is more consistent with that approach, more than going back to the, again, flip your page and see how well I drew this shape. So I would have to tweak it just a smidgen on this side, and it's not perfect, but I'm not too worried about that. But looking at that gives me some extra perspective on that shape, and if the shape I find is too good or too bad or not good enough. So yeah, it's one of those weird things where you have to kind of find that middle ground again. Like, and this is also one of those designs where it's all about mixing like the subtle designs choices of something, and then the outlandish over the top designs, and how to marry those two together. So like in my case, this is how you best execute that, by going like, all right, here we go. We'll emphasize the upper lip to really get that nice grin, scary grin. But then I don't mind just leaving this as just a soft round bottom jaw, because again, that's what your mouth does. But you could argue, well, like a mouth is like, it's like saying, it's like doing this where you go, a mouth is composed of all these shapes, and if you don't do this exact shape or something with all these elements in mind, you're not drawing a mouth. But then you like, kind of why I like there's a middle ground there where you can kind of go, well, this is also a mouth. It's a mouth. Well, what is that? Is that not a mouth? Again, I'm going to digress on that, because that always gets dragged into oblivion on what is and what isn't something. But there's still like something to be said about stylistic choices, doing like going doing underwhelming design choices, or saying, oh, this actually was really thought out, but it looks like I just didn't try, or I did the bare minimum. And again, that's up for you to decide. Like, I don't even know what this character design is. I don't know if it's a cat, because he's clearly not as defined as, I feel like this is clearly lizard reptilian in nature. And this one, every time I look at it, like, even his other design has a little bit more of like, kind of like when you have Batman, it's like, that's Batman. But then you go, well, it used to be like this or whatever. Like, it used to have, like, Batman used to have like more of a round ear on his square face. Now on his square, like, this is Batman, you have to have it be tiny or at the very top of his head. But old Batman used to have, I'm drawing this terribly, but have kind of swoopy ears, big swoopy ears. I'm drawing. I'm gonna just erase that just for the sake of it being kind of close to the other drawings. But yeah, this character in this case, I don't know. I don't know what he is based off of the lack of uh, specific details, which might be, intentional. Which I like the idea that this could potentially be uh, a design choice to make it feel uncanny, or you know, the viewer will be unsure. Let's see. I'm using this other design because there is something about this other design that I kind of like, where there is a bit more of a definitive kind of spiky ear thing instead of this kind of um, I don't know, whatever this is, ears. They're a little bit more rounder. Obviously, like some design choices are softer in some areas, but it's like, I don't know, there's something about it looking this way than how I had it. Again, not completely sold on everything. And then, of course, once that happens, you remove that, and then what you do is you insert a line back in there, and you have that breakup of the shape. So yeah, technically you're still like, there's still that line, there's still that like flow of that line, but if you erase, a little bit in there, you can keep that in your eye. The mind's eye will continue the shape, but something about that looks better with it broken up that way. Ooh. All right. Yeah, I'm still kind of not sure what I want with the eyes, because again, I'm still going to want to execute it in a way that I would like to commit to. So again, I'm still sussing things out. Sometimes you can get distracted by other design choices, like him having saliva or drool or whatever. Little things like this might help kind of just, if you're just playing around with the character a little bit, making little marks and stuff like this. There's no real rhyme or reason to do that, I feel, necessarily, but I find myself doing it. Also, the little logo here was also designed by the same person who did this. So, but again, I feel like I get permission from this stuff because it's actually designed for my channel, so I can actually show that off. And it's like, well, why don't you do your own stuff? Yeah, I can. I'd rather have someone else do it. Like, I'd rather have someone else's visual design choices or whatever go towards my stuff. Or like right now, I'm clearly drawing. I technically could draw this again too, just like how I'm technically drawing their version of this character. But yeah, it's also another thing in the art community. You want to be like, I just want to give that person more exposure by having it on my channel, especially if they don't have their own strong presence. So in the meantime, you're going to be highlighted on my channel for the time being. And other people have obviously done the same to ask, for essentially commission stuff. But yeah, if you ever want to know, they'll probably be brought up many a times in my streams and potentially videos. Right now I'm just like overdoing his eyes because I just want to see what like real unhinged kind of over the top drawn eyes. Like he's got only so many what do you call it? Like so many things that you would draw. Like he's got a mouth with teeth and he's got eyes and ears. Like just like how I like to draw my characters, they sometimes they just need to like again, this character is only really just this. It's really just that. He's just a square with eyes and a mouth. And then, of course, the rest of his body is more complex because I just so happen to draw more complex than like this is obviously this is cartoony, but it's not. It's rendered out to be a little bit more thing, whatever. So like adding little flares here and there to kind of create more than just a square character's head. Like again, you want to just make a cartoon with that design in mind. There you go. But there's no reason not to do that with this character if he's just gonna be a still image. Might as well go all out on those types of things. Yeah, see, I like most of this. I'm not content completely on some of these things I'm trying to do. Yeah, this is getting close. Not perfect, but like this is actually funny enough. Seems like that turned out pretty decent. But yeah, I don't know. Just I don't know what that is. Stink. You hear your stink noises. Stink noises. I don't know. Whatever. But yeah, there's that I still am not completely sold or in love with that design, but it's getting there. Again, this design reminds me a lot of like Pughead Joe doing this and trying to really draw as much as you can in the character's design or whatever. Like how do you make, again, I've drawn this character so many times I can just kind of, I don't even have to it doesn't even have to be on model, and still it's faithful, which is one annoying thing because I would feel like it's kind of a bit of a disservice to someone who wants to try and draw this character and be like, no one draws it like the originator. It's like, okay, I don't know about that. I mean, I think I've heard people like Todd McFarlane be like, no one knows what Rutabaga Man looks like, and he always draws him too. So it's like, I know what Rutabaga Man looks like or whatever. And it's like that I have no idea what I forget what he looks like. He actually's drawn him, I think, before. But that's one of those classic Todd McFarlane jokes. Everyone knows or doesn't know what Rutabaga Man looks like, but everyone knows what Spider-Man looks like. And so if you don't draw Spider-Man properly, then people will know. People's which is, there is truth to that, but at the same time I'm like, I don't know. Draw Rutabaga Man enough times, people will start to get an idea for what he looks like. Funny enough, I Google that and there's nothing that comes up. It's probably because he's drawn Felix the Cat more than he has his own original character, which is Rutabaga Man. It's funny. It's a little dig on him. He's drawn Felix the Cat probably more times than he has his own hypothetical thing he's said about Rutabaga Man this and Rutabaga Man that. Yeah, like Felix the Cat's on this ketchup bottle. In a search or in a Google search for Rutabaga Man, Todd McFarlane. Like, I think he's more synonymous with Felix the Cat than he is with anything else. It's a deep cut, I feel like. People are like, what are you fucking talking about? Felix the Cat? Yes, that Felix the Cat. The little black TikTok. That, what is it? That little black clock cat that moves its tail and its eyes. Yeah, that cat. It's one and the same. He finds a reason to put it in not every picture, but like every project he does. So like he's in the first like I think he's in like most of the first kind of like set of like issues of the Spider-Man series that he created. Like he'll be in rubble, or he'll be a little stuffed animal, or he'll be on a logo or whatever. Good times. I don't have enough, I think, Todd McFarlane stuff that I could make a video out of, but there's a there is a chance that like I don't even know if he put it in Spawn or not. I feel like that's one of those times where it's like he puts it on in everything, but Spawn doesn't seem like the type of thing he would put that in. Also, I just don't know the like that's literally an inside joke to him that I personally don't get. Like what his logic behind drawing him, putting him in so many things, and not going like, what was your thought process of that? Like, are you? Was it like it's like a running gag where while I'm working for Marvel, I'll just give him a middle finger by putting my favorite cartoon character in it? What? I don't even understand what you're doing. Also, when you Google the Felix the Cat Todd McFarlane, it comes up with a couple examples. But oh, he was in Spawn again, mostly on like logos or shirts or as logos or on shirts or in crowds. I think is the other one. You put him like hiding in crowd. Anyways, artist Easter egg chase thing, running gag. Good times. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back, and we're also going to be joined by Danger. So I'm going to turn this music off and give him a call.
Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Yes, welcome to the podcast.
Oh, it's an honor to be here.
Let's see. Speak a little bit more.
Speaking more.
All right, I think that should work. Should be fine with your
Actually, I
audio.
can hold the mic a little closer to
There
my
you
face.
go. There you go.
Okay, see, I think that's most
The
of the
closer,
issues.
the closer to peaking, the better.
Well, I guess that's the alternative is if I spoke loud
Yeah,
enough at the distance that I was, I think it'd be a bit loud for
you're like,
11 PM.
yeah, no, well, that's why I was like, it's either you're really loud or you're too quiet. So
Yeah.
it seems like the being a little louder, at least on the stream side of it, you're like, well, at least I can hear him. I have to turn my volume down, but at least I don't have to be like, what is he saying? I can barely hear it. I'm got
Oh,
max
definitely, definitely.
audio, but yeah,
If I could stand on the other side of the room and yell, you could hear me just fine. I'll save that for if we do any streams at noon. That'll be the setup.
yeah.
It's a little bit different.
hmm You're
Uh,
just being considerate of your neighbors.
I'm very much enjoying these characters. I clicked back through a little bit, just some of the drawing you've been doing this
Oh yeah,
time around. Very much enjoying these characters. I don't know what the backstory is here.
I don't either.
Oh.
So the only reason why I don't is because it's not my original design. This is name drop the artist, but this is Porobatos.
Oh, the Squire?
Yeah, well, he goes. I think he goes by Porobato officially.
Okay, fair enough. You can have more than one alias. That just means he's a man of mystery.
Yeah. Well, I just think like
I'm enjoying this.
there's a reason I think why he did that. Like
Yeah, if
changed
it's
it.
his professional artist name.
Yeah, it's like saying like my name's not Foureyes or something, or it used to
And
be.
well, it's like I don't consider I don't think the Ginger is a professional artist name, but that's how I know him. So
Oh well, that's not. He's not an
well,
artist that
similar
cares. That
situation.
cares that he has a
Yeah.
name. He just knows he's the Ginger.
Yeah, no. If there's if something comes up, if he becomes some sort of a successful maestro or something, I'll have
Oh
to,
yeah.
start have to calling him. He'll probably pick some like Swedish name or some shit. I don't know.
Oh, would he?
I don't know. I mean, he looks the part.
Yeah, I was just thinking. What was it? I, this is one of those rebrandings where you're like, oh, I could be. So I used to have the email. I don't know if I ever told you this. Probably heard it in passing,
Mm.
but I had an email called Zombie Core 44. Right?
Oh
Which is
yeah, yeah.
it's funny because it 44 is technically, I think, the last letter numbers. And if you put two fours in my name, my current name, that it,
Whoa.
yeah, I don't know if I made that that way or not on
Dude,
purpose.
no, dude, that's fucked, dude. That's fucking crazy, dude.
Like I
I
know
don't
it's a,
know about
yeah, and I know it's a,
It's the
was it?
fucking devil, dude. I don't trust like that,
I know
dude.
it's like a happy accident based off of it rhymes. Zombie Core 44.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It's
Yeah,
yeah.
dude, it's predictive
But
programming,
then
dude. I don't
I
trust
was
the
like,
shit out of that.
but then I was like, forever four eyes. I was this many years old when I realized that. By
You
the
ever play
way,
lottery numbers? How often does 44 come up in your lotto tickets?
I don't know because I try four sometimes. And I think four doesn't come up very often, but 44
Okay, so
might.
you have an affinity for it.
Yeah, where you do that thing where you go, my kids' birth dates and my anniversary and my favorite number.
Everything comes down to fours.
Like that's my dad's logic is that he's like my mother's year of birth and my birthday and my son's birthday and my son's
Well,
birthday.
people love patterns, dude. They recognize the pattern and they want to keep it strong.
But yeah, um, but it's also like a thing where you're like if you run with that, for one, it's easier to just always have the numbers. Just always you're always essentially. And I think he also does the thing where you pick. He does he runs with the one set of numbers and then he does a random one. So he has a completely unbiased or there's no rhyme or reason for what it's just rando, right? You buy one of
It's like a
those.
partial
Yeah.
planned out set.
It's almost like the joke where it's like this is the experiment. You have the a set of numbers that you always run with and hope that that works out one day because it's consistently being uh, what you're going to consistently use. And then the other is you just you're going full random part of the cards, whatever the joke I'm making, just there submit to the random nature that is lottery and just have one of
But what
each.
happens if I bring my Millennium Puzzle to the 7-Eleven and somebody already bought my lotto numbers?
Is that a thing? This, I don't think if you
You
have the
pre
exact
can you
numbers,
pre-purchase numbers?
that's like saying like Well, I always do one through one, two, three, four, five, or whatever. However many. I think it's like six numbers or
Yeah.
whatever.
Oh
It's
no,
like,
you would
oh
just
no,
split
someone
the
already
winnings.
did that.
That's what it is. You would no, you would just split the winnings. I
Mm.
didn't realize. I forgot. It's
I
a
was gonna say,
lottery.
yeah, that makes
It
sense.
works
Yeah,
like that.
yeah. That's I would imagine yeah, that's the answer. That's the
I
answer with a question mark
thought
at
I
the end.
found a loophole. Thought I found a loophole. It was just me doing a cartwheel.
That's my favorite part where you go, I think that, or you go, that's the answer, and then you're like, wait, why did you put like a weird inflection to it? Like that's the like you sound like you're not sure that it is the answer. You're like, no, no, it's the answer. Like, no, you did it again. Keep doing it.
I don't know what nothing means.
But yeah, it's been a while since I talked to him about these characters, but I've been telling the non-existent live viewers that this is like a if you put Walt Disney and like horror slashers together, or like Texas Chainsaw Massacre meets Walt Disney
Yes.
cartoons together. So I just wanted to redraw these characters because he has like these are obviously his original characters, and then I was like, oh yeah,
Right.
but I've always had kind of a every now and again I would have my own little what do you call it, like piece of my opinion on the projects, especially like old like earlier in our lives. It's like, oh hey, I have I have something to add to this ongoing creative endeavor that you might be solely
Right.
uh
Brainstorming
yeah
shit.
yeah like nowadays it seems like it's a little less than that, where he'll just show me art.
Well, we get free time.
But when we were younger, we had spent more time with each other, so
Yeah.
you have more time to be like, so I was coming with this up with this idea, and then you just and then you allow both or each party to kind of have their own uh what do you call it, like without saying brainstorming thoughts, because that sounds I don't like how that sounds, but their own or their own input
Well,
on said idea,
they're
yeah.
they're
Their own spin on it.
they're 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 static opinion. I don't know.
Yeah. So I only like I was again saying I only have like one drawing of this lizard character to go off of. It's also why I've only
Oh yeah.
drawn it in this one perspective, and then I have at least two drawings of this character. So, which is the same character that I showed you that one like image, little gift that like glows, like does the whole from black, and then it like looks like he's illuminated. But yeah,
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
yeah. But yeah, and he's the only one I know's name too. So like that's a thing. But yeah, I was thinking like if there was a project, like I was doing the thing where I go, if there's a project that someone else made that I can then also then, granted in this case I know the person, I can ask permission to do said project. Um, what would I want to try and do that is not fully my idea, but if I was to get permission to do it and then also then design it in a way I could essentially do it myself with the proper, I guess, with the proper combination of all those things going forward. Uh, be like, oh yeah, I could make a comic book out of someone else's designs in this particular case or whatever. If I take some time and put some effort into actually like designing them with my own hands, because again, it's the whole thing I was basically describing to the at the beginning of this stream, which was you really don't know what you're going to do with the characters until you actually start to kind of like literally your hand starts playing with them. Like you can look at something all you want and go, yeah, that's what I want to do, or yeah, I want those characters I'm going to work with. It's like, but then until you actually start to actually try to articulate that with your own talent, again, been saying this where it's like, you know, Poghead Yo is literally just this character, this just this like hieroglyphics. It's very easy. Three dash lines in a square, rectangle or whatever, and then but clearly those are two different characters technically, but made up of the same components. So
Ah, yes, yes,
if I
yes.
need to, so I need to be able to, like, someone could show me this character, and only until I started actually drawing it myself could I be either confident in doing, say in this case it's a commission or something, going forward with the commission, or two, if it's my own project or my own like thing that I want to go about doing, but I'm not entirely sure if the project has legs. Uh,
Mhm.
it takes at least drawing them, at least literally putting pencil to paper. Otherwise, it's just all a theoretical, or it's all just a. I'll take your word for it. I guess he's up for it, up for the challenge. And you're like, oh, have you seen any evidence that he's going to be competent in said task? And it's like, no, I haven't seen any designs or anything. Like that's also what scares me when it comes to like when people get so popular. I mean, again, maybe they might actually have a precedent or they have a. It's like saying, oh, this famous artist is going to go, yeah, I can do that, and they don't show you any proof that they can do it. But since their reputation
Right.
is that they actually do like actually commit
Their
to
resume.
something, yeah, their resume does show that like, well, they have proven that they can do it without convincing someone. So it's like you basically are given less and less of a, they choke less up on the leash. So if so someone that they aren't, like in my case, it's like someone's like, oh, I don't know if you're really meant for this project, and it's like, oh well, let me sketch out the characters at least a couple times and give you that as like a portfolio slash working concept, and then if you don't dig this, then maybe I am not the right person for the
You're
job.
looking for.
But if you were just to say, oh, Tom McFarland wants to do Puckhead Joe, oh well, we know his resume, he can do it. We don't need to see if it's competent or anything, or it looks faithful to the design of the original character. Fuck it, it's Todd McFarlane. There's nothing else needs to be greenlit except for him being attached to said project.
Mhm.
Also, I don't know about that. I don't know if I want Todd touching my character, even
Todd,
even
it's
even if he could elevate the character. You know, it's like
well, you
whatever.
want to be cautious about who he's touching. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, why is there any reason for that?
I mean, I don't know. Just I mean,
Do you know
look at the
something
thing.
I don't, or heard something? No, I'm no.
Just I don't know. The way he draws, what's her name? Let's use that against him.
What's her face?
The
Who?
red, the redhead.
Well, what about it?
Fucking
Oh, wait, are you talking about what is it? Uh, now I'm thinking of everyone else's names except for the
C
name.
C C. That was the poison. Forget it. Move on. I was
Angela.
yes. Oh my
She's a
God,
ginger,
dude.
but I
That's
don't
yeah.
think she's not like Red Sonja where she just has red hair. Because
Yeah.
that's
No.
my name. That was the name that first popped in. Red Sonja, and I'm like, oh no, that's not Red Sonja.
That's no. That's what I was thinking. I was like,
Yeah,
no, 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 no. What's that bitch's name?
it's the one downside to having redheads is they're technically not red haired.
They're
Like
orange.
at least I would say that's debatable. Like fuck you if you think that
Well,
like
I mean,
they are
that's like
literally
being
redheaded. Or
black or being white. Well, yeah, it's like a white redhead. Well, yeah, technically she's not white. Technically her hair's not red.
yeah. Well, I mean,
Yeah,
also
same thing.
I understand why you would say someone's white or black. It's like it's reductive.
Same difference. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh well, you are on the lightest scale of flesh tone. You might as well be white. Oh, you're the darkest skin tone possible. Might as well be black because we know black and white are like high contrasts in like how our eyes dictate that. So like even if we didn't see color, our
Something
cones were
really
not
interesting
able to
are
pick up.
cones. Oh god.
Yeah, I know. Our rods, I believe I think this is like that shit where you go, I went to school for this for like a year, so I know what I'm talking about, I think. Cones and rods in your eyes. I think cones are for color and rods are for like light, like actual like depth and to pick up so like a black and white picture, for example, would just be what your cones are seeing or your rods are seeing, and then the cones
Yeah.
create the actual other was it the infrared or the whatever the word is for the light that bends and creates, it's the prism thing, right? Where once the light hits, anyways, whatever. I can't say it good enough to sound convincing, but that's the science behind being able to see color and depth and shadows and all that. Even though I don't think that's the case necessarily, because I think shadows would exist regardless of if we could see or not.
Yeah.
But it is the contrast between light source and not an absence of light source abundance. I think maybe I just walked across my or ruined my own uh, train of thought or theory or whatever. But yeah,
Yeah, basically made sense.
but
I
yeah,
think I know what you were
I
saying.
think that's why we'd be so reductive in our what humans are in their skin tones. Oh, they're this color, and it's like probably based around our primitive eye theory, where it's like, well, you are the lightest color I can think of, or whatever. Even though people would say like not every race is that, but if you had to pick one, or you only could pick two categories of color and put people in it.
No,
One
everyone goes in one
here's the
category
joke.
called
Here's
beige.
yeah, here's where the comedy comes in. Yellow or everything else. What am I
Dude,
referencing?
works for me.
What am I referencing? Everyone's either
Like,
yellow or anything else. You
yeah,
only have,
it's Simpsons.
yeah, Simpsons exactly. So if
That's
you're
real
not,
life.
and we don't even know what yellow is this necessarily. Is it white? Because I'm pretty sure I've seen other people who are you would say it's racist if they were yellow
We
in that
live in
show.
Springfield, dude. The people, the characters on the show Simpsons don't look any different from the people I see in real life. So,
Oh,
like, I don't know.
well, I'm just
I don't
saying.
know what you're
I'm
talking
pretty sure there's yellow people, and I'm using that word. Don't get mad, YouTube. There's yellow people in that show
about.
that are not of Caucasian descent. And that makes me wonder. It's
Oh
like,
my
are they supposed to
God.
be not that? Because I mean, I don't know. I almost don't
Well,
even know if
skin
like.
tone wise,
See,
not that
that's where it
different.
gets kind of weird. Where you're like, well,
Those
are
get
the
crazy.
African American people in that show technically true to their color scheme, or is that just like you pick a brown that just is convincing enough, and
You know what?
you're like, what?
This is a great line of
Yeah, yeah,
questioning because it's making me very uncomfortable.
exactly. You're like,
That's how you know we're
well,
on something good.
the black people look like black people, but why do the white people look like Chinese people? You're like, what the fuck? But I think that's always been the joke, right? Where you're like, why is it
Yeah,
always
sometimes the brown people and the black people look like the same color.
yeah? And you have to wait for them to open their fucking mouths or whatever to hear a white man do a Middle Eastern voice or something. Which that's probably where the
Yeah,
actual
exactly.
racism is.
That's the funnest part.
Yeah, but but I also think it's hilarious. Anyways, no. I did have one thing to ask you, a what
Uh,
if scenario in which
I do.
if
Oh
you can
wait, yeah, yeah,
articulate
go.
it to any great length, great. If not, I will move on to something stupider to
I suck it.
ask you. I instinctually would suck it.
Yeah, whatever it is, I suck it.
I, um, yeah, that's not the game. We're not playing. Would you
Oh, okay,
suck it or would you suck it?
suck it.
I love
Yes.
when the option is the same option, but just two different. They share two separate choices or
Distinctly
ends.
different suckings.
It's a reciprocal thing where yes will eventually go back around to yes.
Or yes means yes, but no also means yes.
Oh, dude, what if? Oh, can I be like can I have like a theory in which you do like here's the science behind consent. Yes, will eventually
You
go
can
to
have that
yes,
theory.
but in the
Yeah,
travels to yes again, there are no's, and you have to go through the no's to eventually
to
return back to
navigate the
yes.
negative.
Yeah, just imagine it like a
Dude, just like,
circle.
oh my God, just like the philosophy of just not taking no as an answer.
Yeah, just being a
Dude,
fucking
just
sexual
navigate
assaultist
the
or something.
negative energy.
Yeah,
Dude, exactly, dude.
that's the
That's the
joke.
next step in
You
oh God, what
start
do they
you.
call that? Oh, the pickup artists. What do they call those guys?
Oh, I don't know. Losers,
Well, that's so
losers
yeah,
who
that's
get
true.
pussy. There's a
But that's
silver.
like the
There's like a
next
silver lining there.
oh yeah, it's like the next evolution of the pickup artist is this like Eastern guru who's all about like you must navigate the negative to
Human
receive.
scum that gets fucking bodies.
Dude, I mean, but it works for them at
Wow,
least.
wow. Uh, people who vote got them. Got them.
Dude, those are people.
There are types.
allegedly.
Oh man, I can't think of. I was just thinking of like a thing where it's like types of people. Burr, 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 burr. It's like the game, like it's a song, like sports.
Yes.
It's like that kind of. I'm making just basically a sports joke.
Dude, dude, let's get into music. Like we're
Burr, burr, burr.
diving into this like
No, I don't.
multimedia thing.
But it's
Let's
just
start
like
making music.
it's like people. Burr, 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 burr. You're like, and then it like cuts, and it's like
Black people,
no,
white
no, no, no.
people,
But yeah, you start out.
women.
Yeah, you start out with that where you go African people. Like not like celebrating. Basically, you're celebrating different races and different
Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
ethnicities and stuff, right?
100%.
And then eventually it just turns
Yeah.
into like people that cut you off, bah, 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 and you're like, wait, what?
Wow.
You're like, bah, bah,
But you
you're like,
but you show an Asian guy.
no, no, I didn't actually. I wasn't going that direction. No, no, it just becomes more unhinged in terms of like specific people that more or less people don't like or think are annoying or actually have a bit more of a bias, like a more objective, you know, reason to laugh when we bring it up. Because it could do the thing where it's basically the devolving from a more objective slash like whatever you're like Americans, dun, 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 and then you're like lefties, dun.
Well, the
You're like there's
nationality.
nothing funny about that, but it's like oh we're seeing the variety of
It's
types of
many
people,
people.
and then you go
Oh, no,
naked people, and then you're
furries.
like naked people, what the not naked people, and you're like wait what like I don't what is the parameters of this song? Then it's like bam, bam, and
Yeah,
like people that cut
awkward.
you off in traffic. And you're like, wait, well, that's a long run-on sentence. People who only who check out. It's like a thing where it almost like breaks off, like the music
People who
stops.
leave loose shopping carts in the parking lot.
Yeah, people who don't return their shopping cart. You're like, oh god. People who
Have like
go,
an audience
people
track
who
in
have
the
26
background.
items in a 20
Ooh.
in a max of 25 items.
They take 20, 30,
Yeah,
22 items to the self-checkout.
and then you're just like, oh, I see where this is going. And then you're like, rapists, and you're like, wait, whoa, what? And someone chokes on their cookie as they're
Yeah.
when we kind of cut back to it, and then you do the thing where you go just like in the Adult Swim horror, uh, you know, video. You go back to like it being normal. You're like you're uh athletes, and you're like back to like no, somewhat normal, non-offensive thing.
Chipper.
Yeah. And then it just like maybe it goes like slowly turns into what is that augmented horror or whatever that's called, ARG or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
And it's just like brrr, and there's just like all of scary noises, and they're like killer. You're like, what the fuck? Now what the fuck is going on here? Just for like a couple seconds, there's a couple like they say things like, you know, uh,
You know, it's like I
the
never really
the
got tired of that style of humor, but I
the
do believe
unknown
it's
one,
classic. Say,
the unknown one, like basically a Cthulhu reference or something like Elder
hey,
God,
I'm on board with that.
and then it cuts back to people. People are people, and you're just like, what? People are people. It's like
I mean, that's really the future of
I
entertainment
feel like that's
is
the
we,
two.
we have cosmic horror, now we need cosmic comedy. That's really all we're missing.
Oh yeah, there you go. It'll be part of our cosmic comedy
Yeah, dude.
line of comedy or line of writing. Hmm. Anyways, don't let me forget. There's a I won't bring it up now, or I'll it's like a little what do you call it, doggy or this as a conversation.
Yes,
There's a little bit,
I'll fold my
yeah.
ear over.
Okay. No, no, you just fold the idea in your head over like a dog ear.
Oh, I'll
So
fold myself 12 times.
okay, so just remember this. There's a little bit more thought into Spring Tucky as a thing. So we'll
Hmm.
just remind me to say that part, and I'll tell you the thing that uh, Corey and I were talking about. It's
Oh,
relevant
right,
to
right.
we've already talked about this, but it's almost like trying to set it in stone now. Um,
Oh, right,
anyways,
right.
but as this is technically a comic book uh, channel, and I feel like every once in a while I have to kind of reapproach that, um, like not don't completely alienate the people that are coming back for comic and art and I don't know manga even content.
I mean, the
Basically,
algorithm likes
this is all just
consistency.
one. Now I'm just gonna spoil it. This is all just one ARG whatever. This is like Alan tutorial where you think it's one thing, but it's I just slowly devolve into something else. You're like, It's I
That's
thought it
all the best shit,
yeah
though.
I thought this was an educational art based category whatever thing, and then just turned into just a bunch of like comedy chaos that has nothing to do with the actual like presence in which it's telling or the categories that it I don't know they lied to me, that kind of energy. They'll be
Yes.
like, did you know that the this successful thing came out of this thing that was not really about that thing until you know right right but yeah, because at this point I almost feel like the joke would be like, all right, well I've done a few videos on comics. What? How do I fuck with that? fuck with that being the consistent, predictable thing. And I'm not really spoiling anything because I don't know if I'll actually do this, but I just like think it would be funny if you're like, no, I'm actually going to like upload a video that's like weird, not like a scary thing or anything, but I'm just like it'd be kind of funny to just it seems like it deviates from what you would think because like right now the streams are me just being you and me just being stupid, but
That's the best kind of streams.
I don't feel like it barely rarely has anything to do with
No, no, you're right though. Keeping it
yeah
onto a certain topic or certain yeah,
sure.
that's a good way to do it.
That also, I don't know. Again, I don't know if YouTube will just throw me in YouTube jail if I don't stay on task to some extent. It's a false advertising, primitive blah, 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 jargon, TOS, blah blah blah, and you're like, oh, get off our platform. Okay.
I mean, I feel like that's I can only hope we get that kind of treatment.
I mean, I do put like the live streams. They just I think the category I just put or whatever is just entertainment. So I mean, that is kind of what this
Oh
is.
yeah, yeah. Well, that's accurate. I find it very entertaining.
Yeah. Maybe not the channel itself. I mean, well, that's the thing too, where you're like, well, is it? It can't be entertainment. It has to be educational to show boobies. You're like, oh, it can't be entertainment slash educational. That's what I think of boobies. They're both.
Doing that's I learn a lot.
It's funny. I was just looking up nude figure drawing to see how far it goes down that rabbit hole on YouTube. There's like
Oh,
full on.
nice.
I mean, there is nudity on YouTube. Spoiler.
Oh well, yeah. It's because it's educational.
It's because it's educational. I'm going to show you my full on giant chocolate rose and how to shave the fuck out of it. It's like, oh, okay, cool. Some dude's showing me
Educational.
how to spread anus right up in that shit, and then
Well, if you didn't know how to do it, you would need someone to show you.
mhm. It's not rocket scientist though, or rocket science though.
Any
So,
rocket surgery.
exactly. So, as I was saying, going back to the, the idea that if you can think of something, we'll move on if you can't. So,
Yes.
I was just thinking about this idea where like if you can do anything with just the Batman slash Gotham universe, and
Sure.
to some extent, you could technically kind of squeeze some of the more gray characters that are cross universe or larger. Obviously, most of them have a larger DC presence. But if you had to
Oh,
kind of,
right, right, right.
you had to stick within Gotham slash Batman,
I
you
think I
know,
would prefer to, given the opportunity. That's probably
yeah.
what I'd do.
Okay, well then, it's a good. This is already going in the correct direction. What
Okay.
would you do if you were like given the keys, as they say, to that said property? And be like, all right, and it doesn't matter what it is. It's just like you'll. That's up to you, obviously. To then when I give that pass the ball to you. So your question is, if you had the rights to any sort of type of media to reflect a story originally created by you in the Batman universe, mythos, whatever you want to call it, what would it be? And then this is me just passing the ball, talking stick. What would it
So
be?
just a Batman project in like in any medium? Is that what you were
Yeah,
saying?
like if you were really sold on like
Mm.
I want to really make a video game that exemplifies or elevates the Batman mythos, or go, movie's always fun, or comic is literally where it came from, so why not a comic? So I was just curious
I
if
mean,
you
you
do
literally
have,
all 3 of those thoughts went through my mind, so that's
and I'm not saying
we're
you
basically on the
necessarily.
exact same path.
Okay, I'll give you a little bit of rule. I'm not saying you can't have all those things, but you would have to.
Right.
I feel like you'd have to convince me one of those
To be
things.
justified as one project.
Yeah, and then like you can then say like, oh well, then there's room for me to say, okay, well then what would it look like in the other mediums that you were thinking about if said thing kind of can trend. I guess the joke would be, can it transcend all media? All I mean, there's always like I feel like most creative things. The answer is yes to everything,
I mean, I feel like there's an
but
argument to be made that, like, if I wrote a comic book and it did really well,
yeah.
it would probably get picked up and made into a movie.
But also, some people are more like me. I'm a bit more of a. I mean, more inclined to be like, well, if I want to kind of stick to one thing, so yeah, sure you can make. But again,
But yeah, no, I mean,
that's also
I do
those
like
are
that
the I
angle to
yeah
the
those are the IPs in general. Like who would have
yeah.
thought, you know? But it's like everyone thinks that eventually Batman as a whole can be any medium. But if you were to be given a particular choice in the matter, you can say yay or nay on said specific things. Like just saying Batman video games. You're like, yeah, those exist. Batman comic books, those exist. But then you're like, well, what would
I
you
think if I
make?
had to
You're like,
choose,
mm,
I would have to do a comic book. I mean,
okay.
I think
So you're
every
gonna
element of the
redefine
story
Batman, right? Am I jumping the gun? Redefine what Batman is in the comic book
or just
form.
sort of establish a firm
I'm being
narrative continuity.
I
I
think it's
don't
always
know.
fun to be a mildly uh,
Salacious.
antagonistic, yeah, salacious interviewer. So I'm
That's a fun angle. No, that's
like
I totally
forcing you
approve
to
of that.
kind of make decisions
Oh
up
god,
to a
I have
point.
to redefine Batman?
Yeah. So you
God.
hold on. Now I got to play a character. So it's come to our attention that you, T Danger, uh, sorry, Mister T Danger, that
Thank you.
that you
I was
have.
Doctor Danger at one point.
Oh, you were. Oh, that some Doctor Danger because of
I
the
just like
whole.
the sound of it.
Yeah, yeah.
I
The
ditched it pretty
what's it
quick because I
called?
don't have a
Phonetic
PhD, but
literacy.
yeah,
It's
the alliteration of it, and
alliteration.
it's yeah, Doctor Danger just sounds good, but I haven't earned my PhD yet, so it's just Danger.
Yeah,
But Mister
it
T
would.
Danger,
It'd be
I
even
like that.
funnier if you just double down. You're like Doctor Danger, PhD. And you're like, yeah. It's like saying like, uh,
DHPhD stands for I don't have a PhD.
oh, there you go. Oh, well then you wouldn't be what is it? Wrongfully informing people, which would
Yeah,
be I.
exactly. Exactly. Yeah,
There's some type of
I have a
attack.
DH PhD.
Yeah, they're like, well,
They're
no,
like,
that
"Oh, a
you.
DH PhD?
Okay,
There's 2
cool.
extra
You
letters
don't
there."
have to go to jail for that. I'm like, what? Because you
Technically,
said
yeah,
you
I did.
technically don't have one. If you didn't do
Yeah,
that,
I didn't forge shit.
yeah, you're a faker, a liar, and you should go to hell.
Nah,
Anyways,
not
so
even a little bit.
um, so Doctor Danger, formerly known or Mister Danger, formerly known as Doctor Danger, you have been given the
Mister,
green
formerly
light
known as.
on redefining Batman in comic book form. Uh, what do you see uh, you doing with that IP that is hasn't maybe potentially been done before? Like, what separates you from everyone else who's tried to take a crack at that? And then I do the thing where I
Oh,
do the super
man.
judgmental thing where I put my I put my face on my hand, my elbow on like
You lean
the
into the
table.
question.
Yeah, I lean in. Really, just sell the
Mm.
yeah.
I mean,
Answer the
here's the thing, when it comes
question.
to
No, I'm
Batman
sorry.
I guess when it comes to Batman, the one thing, like, I feel like the sort of elephant in the room with that character is the sort of the narrative sort of, oh god, what do you call it? The infidelity, I'll use that word. The infidelity
Oh, sorry.
that
I'm not
the
supposed to laugh as
Batman
the interviewer.
mythos
Sorry.
no, no, you
I
that's
apologize,
yeah, that
sir.
means you're into it. That means I'm giving a good answer.
Yeah.
It, basically, the Batman mythos and to a certain extent, just sort of the Batman, I guess maybe the Batman fandom, if you wanna call it that, sort of
The
dance around,
Batnum
the
as it
Batdom.
was really bad.
They dance around the, Batman's whole one rule thing, and it's not a
So you're
matter of,
tackling the one rule thing?
yeah, and I think
Oh
it just
my gosh. That is
really the
sorry, now I'm playing up
yeah,
the fucking part. the
You
bit.
have to really lean into it. Oh, we need sound effects and shit. We need, like, an audience, like, like a
Yeah,
shocked sound and shit.
yeah, I could probably do that, but my brain it don't do
Dude,
that.
hell yeah.
Um, maybe let me see. Oh, now you just made me think I have to find shocked audience soundbite.
I mean, just the image that you've presented me with alone, I could go nuts. I could write a whole thing just about this
Yeah,
whatever this
I
version
just
of
so happened to
Batman
draw
is.
this, so yeah. I was like, well, I
And
might
this
as
is
well show it
great.
off if I'm
But
yeah.
no, that's my whole thing here with the one rule is
Hold
it's
on one
I
second.
don't think
One
it's,
second. Wait,
okay, yeah.
hold on. Let's see if I can get it to
You
actually
get
work.
situated. Get situated.
You can hear that? Did you hear that?
No.
If you can't hear it, I don't know if they can hear it. Oh no. Unless you
Well,
have, well, you
I'm
might
on
have been.
Discord. I'm on Discord
Oh,
audio, so it may have come through the stream, but not Discord.
oh, okay. Well, that's probably the big problem. Well, you don't need to hear it. I'll just fuck around with that.
Yeah, yeah, no, I'm gonna
I
trust you to have
I
the
do the thing where I
have
have
the
only one sound effect, and all I'm doing is trying to like direct you to use it, like tell you something to then cause only the gasp shock sound effect to be activated. I don't have anything else. Actually, well, no, I should probably put. Never mind. I'm not gonna. Whatever. Continue. Continue.
We'll work on it. We'll work on it. We'll work on it. Um, basically, I like the one rule. I think it's
You won't
cool.
be able to
That
hear it, so it's not. It really isn't funny.
no, I'll
So
hear it later.
I know.
Like I said, once the edit comes out, we'll get everything situated. Once we're really in the zone with our live, our off the cuff shenanigans, we good to go.
But yeah, continue with your thoughts, sir.
No,
Well, you
basically,
you are redefining this officially by bringing up the how would you say biggest elephant in the room, which is Batman's one rule that he doesn't break. Continue.
well, eventually, like that rule is going to be broken from time to time, especially if we're going to lean into any modern iteration of Batman using various weaponry, vehicles, and things to fight crime. He's absolutely sending a couple of people to an early grave by accident. It's going to happen. And I think that's all it really comes down to is we just need a narrative that sort of I mean, my God, now that I think about it, it would be the entire, run of a comic potentially, which, whole series, which is just, Batman slowly coming to terms with the fact that, he's got this one precious rule that's his moral compass that justifies this whole thing that he's doing. And yet time and again it keeps being broken, even though he's not doing it on purpose. He's not stabbing people or shooting people. But, shit gets ballistic when you're fighting, large groups of armed thugs that are under the command of insane asylum, whatever people are gonna get hurt. You get hurt bad enough, sometimes you die, and it just needs to be that sort of a
Yeah, life is
like a
fragile. Pretty is fairly fragile. So
yeah,
if you were to play
exactly.
that
And
up,
he's
because
just
I think that's
the concept of Batman is
yeah,
such an intense
I think that's the biggest thing with
like
people where they're like, wait, I can't really suspend my disbelief on the fact that he just threw a guy through through a wall and there was clearly bricks in that said
exactly
wall and there's blood everywhere. How does that not
exactly.
how does that not translate into that guy's dead?
Well, I think, and it's one of those things that I think the more modern film
And
iterations of
well, he
Batman
got
have
up
kind
and
of
he
taken
dusted
for
himself
granted.
off. There you go. And you're like, oh well,
Exactly,
now I
exactly.
feel stupid because now you made me feel like anything can happen and there's no. But then the opposite problem happens where you go, oh, I guess there's no consequences in regards to like obvious deaths in such a scenario. Like
Well,
if that
and on that
regular
note, I think
human
that's
can
sort
do
of the
that,
one
then
the one great sin of the modern mythos of Batman is that original Tim Burton film where Batman knowingly tosses a guy down a hole with a grenade strapped to him and
oh, in
smiles as he
yeah,
gets
in
blown
return.
up.
Well, he also like lets Joker die in the first movie too. Pretty much.
Yeah, no, that
I
whole
mean,
thing is pretty strange.
definitive
Yeah,
enough to where you could say, well, I mean, he's kind of like,
yeah, he
how
he
else is
he
he
tied
gonna?
him to an anchor.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes,
How
yeah.
else are you gonna do is but shoot a thing to his leg, and you're like, well,
Um,
there's really only one
but that
direction.
being said, I think I think what you need is just a few more instances. I think one, early on in the run, have an instance where Batman might be like make it stupid, make it dramatic. He's like performing CPR on a dude he just like knocked off of a parking structure. And he's just like, oh shit. Like I didn't, does what he can, like gets a pulse back, calls an ambulance, checks in on him the next day, and he died in the hospital. It's just like, oh
Yeah,
shit, I did
which
kill that guy.
that
Whatever,
that
something
sounds that
simple as
sounds like
that.
a Batman thing,
But as the years
right?
would go on, and this is why I say it's one of those themes that would kind of run an entire series, which could go on for years. But basically, you have this sort of slow,
Mr.
you know,
Magoo Batman, where he's constantly going, "Oh, damn it, I killed that guy again. Dang
okay,
it!
that's a
Shucks!
character right
Oh,
there. I
shucks!"
now,
Every
oh
issue, he
fuck.
has to accidentally kill someone and go, "What's the one like element in this whole equation that's getting me to this unfortunate circumstance?" And you're like, "It's you.
So, and that could be the fun thing
It's
there
you."
is if you maybe that's what I would do to redefine Batman. I think I've sort of danced around the concept of answering that question for long enough that I actually have an answer to that question. I think what I would do is I would write a Batman comic book that is written basically from I guess a third party perspective. It doesn't necessarily need to be from any particular character's perspective. It definitely should not be from a Bruce Wayne or Batman perspective. I
Okay.
think, going into this, any reader who would pick this up, you know who Batman is. There's no sense in sort of
Oh yeah,
uh
redefining that specific thing
yeah,
that is
exactly. If we've got
the
Batman on the
mythos.
cover in name and in image, you know what you're reading, you know what you're picking up.
Yeah.
So arguably there's no reason to show the Batcave. There's no reason to show his parents being killed. There's no reason to show any of that. It
Well,
just
it's
shows,
also not relevant apparently to what you're getting to, which is this
right,
concept.
to depict Batman kind of as he really is, which is as a well-intentioned but ultimately just as destructive themed costumed psychopath that Gotham seems to be plagued
And
with.
if I'm as bold to say, I feel like I've heard that this is obviously like what you've said is like a reoccurring kind of a thought experiment in the community that is Batman gossip or whatever. Where you're like, so like you're I'm not trying to shit on you, but it sounds like
Please do it.
there is a bit of like everyone has had this thought once at one point, and we as almost like a community want this answered like definitively.
Yes.
All right, because
And
otherwise
well, I mean, we know
otherwise you
we
go
know
you
the answer. I
oh
would want to
yeah.
write a narrative sort of built around that answer. And the answer is yes, Bruce Wayne is absolutely insane. And the stunts that he's pulling in Gotham are, while well intentioned, definitely leading to a certain level of death and destruction that otherwise would not be happening if he were not doing what he was doing.
Yeah, there's the what's
And
the
yeah.
legal way of saying that, like
Oh
the
Christ. I
like
don't know. I left my law degree in my other
like
pants. I
the
forgot.
involuntary manslaughter kind of
Oh yeah, like
charge.
involuntary manslaughter type shit.
Yeah,
That would be coming up so much with Batman shit. Oh, holy cow,
where
it would
there'd
be.
be a lot of, well, because they already talk about how much you're such a vigilante. Why? What the fuck? Like, and they already have a
Yeah, no, like
tend to have,
a man pulled, yeah, like some thug pulls a gun on him, he disarms the guy and punches him in the neck, but in doing so, he collapses his larynx and the guy suffocates. I would call that it's
and
self-defense, but
yeah,
it's also involuntary
yeah,
manslaughter.
someone eventually is like, well, I got to be
Yeah,
that guy that goes on the other side of this
for sure, for sure.
yeah, which in some cases Gotham I feel like is one of two things. It either plays the counterpoint to that, like it goes out of the way to be like Gotham would totally be okay with that, or it wouldn't
Right,
be,
right,
and then you're like, oh, so wait, you have to like Gotham essentially has to pick a side for there to be essentially the antagonist
right.
in the room. So not
Well, and that's one
yeah
thing I would say
yeah
too is my narrative, my
because
sort
obviously
of
it's
revisioning
not
of
you're
Batman.
not talking about like a particular villain like trying to counterbalance Batman. It's more or less, and which is it's like when you do like hero or character versus character versus nature. It's that thing where
Right.
it seems like naturally the city is a character itself, but sometimes gets put in the background as just more of like a isn't that kind of a cool, interesting world to live in that's got arguably maybe some weird like moral issues that if you were
No,
to
no, Gotham
if you
is
thought about it, yeah,
absolutely
it's
fascinating.
it's corrupt like by nature to tell
Yes.
that story, and then
Like if
yeah,
Tim
it's
Burton
the
was an
reason why Batman
architect
exists in the
in
first
like
place, essentially.
I was like, if Tim Burton was an architect in like early 20th century America, we would have ended up with a city like Gotham. And maybe that's giving Tim Burton too much credit
Well,
because
then
I
that's
did
also
just
from
shit
an
on his
aesthetic
Batman movie.
choice or aesthetic point of view.
Right, right, right.
But it's like it's
Well, it's just such a
you usually
strange
take that and use
every
it in.
different depiction of it, even there's like a specific sort of vibe that every different artist that depicts Gotham, there's still like an overall, it's just a strange, dark, it's new age, but it's old school. It's just a strange city and it's huge. It's sort of boundless. That's the other thing I love about it. It's almost like in its the way it's based off of cities like Chicago and New York, which are massive cities. But it's like I don't know, like being on the edge of Gotham or being, so many miles out of Gotham. I'm sure that happens from time to time. But Gotham itself as a setting it's got fucking everything. It's got a waterfront. It's got a banking district. It's got a downtown. It's got an industrial area. It's got a ritzy area. Like
Yeah,
any part
which
of
you could
a
argue.
narrative you could weave.
Yeah, you could argue whether or not it's like, yeah, this allows you to have any possibility of a story
Right.
where,
So
I'm not saying every city
architecturally, I
doesn't
guess
have all that stuff.
there's
Like it's
another
like
answer.
it's like a body saying, oh well, this body doesn't have a fucking pancreas. You're like, okay, well, is that
Exactly,
gonna is
dude.
that gonna
I
is
would
that gonna
lay
ruin
out
our
that's another way.
yeah, or the illusion that it's a full functioning body just based off of that one missing component? Or would you say, you know what, it's not a dead body, it's a living body? You're like, oh yeah, I guess you don't need a pancreas, but it doesn't break the illusion that
Yeah, no,
it's
yeah,
a
you no,
fully.
you wouldn't
Yeah.
need yeah.
All
I mean,
right,
it could
all
be a
right.
dead guy who doesn't have a pancreas, but the lack of pancreas isn't what killed him.
Yeah, exactly.
No,
Yeah.
that's
It's
another answer
this
for you.
this can also exist along with this as well. Uh,
How I would redefine Batman. I would like to establish an anatomy for Gotham.
Here, this is
It
just
doesn't
me.
need to be
I'm just going to advertise
absolute.
my art while you're talking,
But
just
please
because
do.
I've got other
It's your
Batman
channel.
characters and stuff. So
If you're gonna let me run my mouth on your stream, the least you can, do for
yeah,
yourself is have your art sitting on the screen.
yeah. I
I
just
think
thought
that's
I'd
reasonable.
I'd tell you that and not say it again.
Even that depiction of Batman, like I said, I like to lean into that the stitch on the hood, the weird sort of slapped together look.
Hmm.
Grundy. See, Grundy, I almost don't consider a Batman villain. Like I don't. Which
Yeah,
what I mean to say is I don't consider him compatible with the
he he
Gotham
he plays
mythos.
the like straddling the line between
I guess that's
like
okay. He's
I
compatible.
I f-
Don't get me
I
wrong. He is
I
very
think I
much compatible.
to to be the counterpoint to that. I've been told that he technically is more relevant as a Batman character. Like if you were to like, I guess
I
really
always thought
split
he was a
every
Superman
hair.
villain.
I don't. I mean, maybe once upon a time, like maybe. I mean, it's almost like I think people will either say he is like is his origin is Batman related, or he had his own independent like
Mm.
origin that then just happened to constantly fall back into into the Batman like landscape. Because I swear, like,
Well, he does. I got to
uh,
retract my initial statement.
but
I
I'm
was
not.
completely. I
I'm
said the
I'm
opposite of
not
what I meant
confident
to
enough
say.
to say
He
you're wrong,
does match
essentially.
as I'm gonna say Grundy. Solomon Grundy does
But I've seen him
match
in
the
more. I feel like
Batman
Batman games.
mythos
And
aesthetically.
you're like, why is he in more games than he is like? If you don't count like obviously like fighters where everyone kind of all is just being plucked from whatever. Um, but it's like only games I can think of like Grundy being in if he's not a Lego character or a Mortal Kombat fighter. It's like he's a Batman villain that you
Uh,
fight in a Batman game, and you're like, I don't know. That's my 2 cents on that.
so
So,
let's
so that's
see.
also why I drew him in the first place. I was like, I can't think of him
All
being.
American Comics number 61. Who is he fighting there? Is that
Yeah.
Green Lantern? Whose original appearance was as a Green Lantern villain?
Okay. Again, I'm not
Okay.
surprised or
So he's
that's
made the
not.
rounds.
But yeah, I feel like
I guess I don't know. I just feel like I'll be just that
I think
snob.
that's also
I like
why if
Solomon
he's in the
Grundy.
Legion of Doom and half those characters kind of intermingle with each other's villain or heroes,
Oh, but I don't
like
see Grundy doesn't. What does he offer as like a teamwork character?
oh, I don't think
I
there's
don't
any
know.
actual
Maybe I just
logic
don't.
behind that.
I'm not as familiar with his character as
No, I
I
just know
think I
he's
am. But he,
all I know is
uh,
Solomon Grundy want pants too.
and that's
Do you know?
great.
Do you know that
That's
reference?
awesome. I think so.
It's back when they were doing vignettes in like the early like before Adult Swim stuff, and they were making fun of Solomon Grundy, and they did a like Cartoon Network thing where it was like
Oh,
the
that's
the
right.
early inception of like Space Ghost and stuff, and there was like thing
Yeah.
where I forget what the how to set this all up,
Well,
but
they
there
had
was there was like
the
dubbing.
Hanna-Barbera properties,
Yeah,
so they
they
had,
were
like, Super
so they
Friends and shit.
yeah they dubbed Super Friends, and at one point it's just a dub of like Solomon Grundy and like how you do like kind of like how C Lab you they just kind of mouth
Yeah.
vaguely looks like they're saying the things that the people who weren't
Just flap it.
originally so he's just like they were talking about something about pants and feeding something and blah 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 and basically a plot to kill the or defeat the heroes. And at some point, there's talk about pants or something. And I, for some reason, even though I swear Solomon Grundy had pants, all I know is the line is Solomon Grundy
I
want pants
usually
too.
see him with pants. I would be concerned if I saw him without pants.
Um, yeah, I might look it up and not play it, but
That's fine.
Solomon
Yeah,
Grundy
oh, yeah, you don't wanna get DMCA'd
wants
again.
pants too. It's like know your meme. You gotta look up know your meme.
Well, because you gotta know your
Yeah,
memes.
Cartoon Network. Solomon Grundy want pants too.
You can show a like, a web page.
Well, I was just gonna click on.
I guess that
Uh,
nah, you don't need to do that.
yeah, it's like this is back in the day, '90s Cartoon Network silliness. It's at least
Not with the bumpers it would do.
it's at least a minute long of things happening. So
Yeah, it's like a commercial
look
bumper.
at it. Yeah, look it up, everyone. It's the first thing that kind of pops up, which is just a YouTube channel that has a minute long thing based around
For your viewing pleasure.
yeah. So, anywho, you were saying
Yeah, I would kinda wanna establish Gotham. I guess that would be the main character. It would be, the Batman narrative told from a
pants.
Gotham
Sorry.
perspective.
Um,
Gotham would probably not have pants, but I don't know that Gotham would want
so
pants
wait,
because it is a city.
going back to being serious, the who? So you're doing like the from the perspective of the city itself, like the patrons and everyone who has an opinion on
Yeah,
the matter.
potentially. I don't know exactly know how I would frame that in a way that's like a cohesive narrative. I'd have to think about that.
Yeah. Well, they have
Just
the
to
like.
kinda spitball it. Just because I like the idea of a sort of outsider perspective on you can even know who Bruce Wayne is and have whatever opinions you want on his character because 'cause he'll show up
Well, it's like
and, like,
anything where they go
do charity work
a
or
guy
whatever.
flying around in and spandex calling himself Spider Man
Right.
doesn't sound like a good man or doesn't sound like a hero to me. It's
Yeah, okay, on
like
that
that kind
note,
of
that was
right.
a
It's that kind of
perfect way to
shit.
bring that. I would
It's the Sam Raimi
absolutely I think
approach to citizens
the
on the street. What
depiction
would you feel about? I don't Spider Man. I don't like him, not one bit. Oh, I think he's sexy. You're like, what the fuck? Like just these cuts of people. Just granted, that's just like the like a little vignette that quickly shoots through like a fraction of the movie itself. But in I
there's
guess
a
if you
lot of character in that moment.
yeah, if you were to I guess yeah quantify just that one bit into a larger story, again there you go. So being
So, yeah, I would
having people be like,
basically, I would borrow
I
that
don't
from
like
Spider-Man.
Batman. Batman this,
The
Batman
idea
that.
that Spider-Man is viewed as, like, a public menace when there's really no evidence to support that, I would
Wait,
lift that
from
completely from that
Spider-Man
narrative.
specifically, right? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But
Okay.
I would absolutely put that in a Batman story. The way
Hmm.
Batman conducts himself, like I said, the sort of collateral damage and the shit
Yeah.
that would be happening because of him, the escalation of events because of him and
Yeah.
his activity, he would absolutely be viewed as a public menace.
Hmm.
There's no way he's buddies with Commissioner Gordon. There's no way he's working with police
Oh, okay. So it's even
intelligence.
to that point. Because I was
Yeah,
just thinking,
like they are
I was like, they do do
100%.
that, but they still once in a while they still give him like at least like, oh well, he's a vigilante, but he's like hanging out with
Right.
Commissioner Gordon. You're like,
And don't
wait,
get me wrong,
what?
we could no, we could
What?
highlight we
Why
could
would?
definitely highlight moments where Gordon is, like, expressing sympathy to his cause or something,
Yeah.
but there's no scene where
Well,
they,
I
like,
think it's
meet
funny when
up
like
and discuss
yeah, I was just say
plans. They're
you see him
yeah,
in the same room and you're like, I don't think it's to that extent.
yeah,
Like that's what
it's
I
the
think.
yeah, not even close. ridiculous.
See, that's where I think like some of the like because I really like that Matt Reeves the Batman. I really like what it's doing like atmos wise and story like as a movie and how it's being filmed and
Right.
directed and everything. But every once in a while, like when you think about like I guess just some of the smaller in maybe less crucial or like it's not it doesn't necessarily break like every any narrative rules or anything necessarily, but you're like, wait, this darker, more younger Batman. We're not get obviously we aren't going to get a like a origin story because that's played out, but also he's hanging out with Commissioner Gordon, but everyone else except for Commissioner Gordon is like, "What the fuck is this guy doing here?" And
Yeah.
you're like, and I know
No,
I
it
know
doesn't work like that.
I know they do that in other iterations, but to like I feel like maybe not as it just seemed like it's way more like yeah this is weird. Like me as the watcher is now actually kind of saying because like that's the difference, right? Where you have the you can do that where you can make the audience agree with the cops,
You just
which
become self-aware.
yeah, and you're like, oh yeah, okay, yeah. Why is he hanging out, and why is he able to just stand around in this room watching? Which is we know what you're trying, what you want as the storyteller. You want him to be able to be in said room in order for him to have a intimate, you know, uh, uh, what is it, a more intimate role in, say, in the case of it being that movie, Riddler's cause. Even though he directs him through, like, saying to Batman on the cards, but I don't know
Mhm.
if it's me, but it almost seems like the very first time, and again maybe I'm just punching holes in some of this that is beyond my credentials, but the first time he shows up to the scene, he's already there and he's already whatever. He's already looking at like the first death or kill that Riddler does, and then he sees a card with his name, and I feel like am I is that a faster way to get that across a 2 hour movie, or would it have been better for him not to be in the first at the first crime scene and Commissioner Gordon is introduced solo? Because I'm pretty sure he like summons him, and that's like their first like, and then they go to said crime. I mean, I just recently watched it, so I don't know the play by play, but I swear it's either he meets him like in at the scene, like, "Hey, Batman, oh hi." I mean, but edgier. Oh, uh, and
As you do.
and then they walk in and they're like, why is he with Gordon?" Or it's, "Hey, I just turned on the light. You show up. Come with me to the scene. We need, you know, I want you probably we could probably use your eyes." It's like, do you though? What is the precedent in this universe to make Batman show up? Now again, I'm only
Yeah.
this is the one big hole that I would want to punch in the story where it's like,
Well,
but it also means like, are we just trying to tighten up the story where it's like we'll just have him there, and then you'll watch him be because now you're thinking, oh well, we are following Batman's perspective, like he is the protagonist literally, but also he's the audience's perspective too. So having him just he can't touch anything. I mean, he can because he's got gloves on or whatever. That's one of the jokes or lines in that movie.
the big
Um,
purple one.
big purple ones. I wish. Um, he just you could just see him just walking through and just staring at everything. Granted, you find out he's recording obviously by doing so, which is clever, and that's a Batman thing to do. Good on him, obviously, to do that. Had to be able to so he can replay back stuff, whatever. But it's just funny how he's just kind of standing around, and everyone's like, "What the fuck's he doing here?" And then it's just like, and then eventually there's a point where he just
Literal
gets a
freaking
card.
Batman too.
Yeah, he literally gets a card or pulls out a card. He finds it and then it turns it over and it's like to Batman or to the Batman, and it's just like that seems way too hand fisted. Like I unless we're saving time on runtime, like I would like to have seen it where you just do Commissioner Gordon's introduction is him coming to a scene, being revealed as a genuine stand-up character. And I'm not trying to take away from your story, but it's relevant. I feel like to this case,
Ruined it.
I ruined it. I totally took over the stream. Sorry. Um,
Fucking hate this.
but I hate this. But you have this thing where it's like, okay, well, we've just, because I'm pretty sure we already introduced Batman through punching the skeleton gang on the train stop, whatever platform. So he's already there. That's fine. We've just revealed that beginning is awesome. That is some of the best setup. That and obviously also the Riddler setup. Like those two scenes, like really fucking sell that movie. Where it's like the music and then essentially one of the most like fucked up actual kind of guttural like guy standing in a room waiting to beat this guy to death. Some of them like it's kind of scarier than most it's like serial killer documentary movies or like made for TV like stories about an actual serial killer. It's like, dude, that's actually really fucked up the way it was done. And then Batman being like coming out and going, "I'm vengeance," and then he faps all over people. Um,
Oh hell yeah.
and then it should, I think, then the next scene should be a cut to Gordon being now your focal point because you got to see the villain, you got to see the hero, and I would argue maybe we should get someone in the middle, like kind of basically bridging. Basically, you have to have that character that. Well, you don't need to, but I feel like in this case, you would need a character that helps bridge the villain and not just him calling for the Batman via riddles on greeting cards or whatever they're called, whatever they're called, um, whatever the general term for holiday cards and greeting cards or whatever. Anyways, um, and then that's how you bridge the I'm the villain, Batman. See me. Here's my calling card. And you're like, oh, well, that would have just been like for runtime. That would have been the
Ah,
six.
no,
That would have
I
been the
wouldn't even.
'60s thing where they.
I would straight up. I would do
Okay.
the Riddler is leaving like his obviously the Riddler is the Riddler, so he's got to be his gimmick. He's got to be
Yeah.
leaving riddles behind to
Yes.
sort of fuck with people and to sort of one-upping them with I'm going to commit this crime. I'm going to tell you I'm going to commit this crime and then do it and you can't stop me. It's his
Yeah.
whole fucking,
Especially in
thing.
that universe, it seems like that's kind of the thing. Is like it's inevitable
Yes.
to have this
So he's definitely
character.
100% he's leaving these riddles for the police.
Yeah. Yeah. In the hopes to get into contact with the Batman because
Well, yeah,
because
in
because him
in
and
the
the Batman
movie.
are chums apparently, which is what you end up.
Well,
And then it's like we're not the
that's that
same.
movie.
That kind of joke. Yeah. We're not the same. And he's like,
That's
yes, we are.
well, but
We
that's
both
that
want
whole
vengeance. And it's like, oh no, I've
right.
been doing it for the wrong things. Dun dun dun.
But in that capacity, I think that's one way I would flip the script. Oh, that is a gnarly looking Two-Face, but he's very fun.
Yeah, it's like
That's one way I would flip the
can't
script.
see
I
the other
think
side of his face.
typically, yeah, but I know what a regular dude looks like.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
um, no, I would flip the script on the way the Rogues Gallery views Batman, because I feel like, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but I feel like the standard sort of go-to idea is that the villains more often than not see Batman as one of them and
Yes,
are sort of challenged
absolutely.
at, what they want to do is sort of cause him to fully, commit to
It's the
insanity.
cliche. You're one of us, and
Right,
but
right,
you just don't want to say it out loud, or you don't want it to be, you don't want it to
right.
come to life, or whatever the word however you would
The way
elevate that.
I would set it up in a completely almost the opposite stack where
It'll
there's
just piss
no
him off that if you actually do say, well, I am like you, and it's like, no, I'm nothing like you, and then he rages out, and you're like, he kind of just got you.
yeah, no, exactly,
Your
exactly.
reaction just kind of
No, I would do
solidifies.
just the
Yeah,
opposite, where the villains in general among the rogues gallery, they don't like each other. A couple of them might work well together for narrative's sake,
yeah.
but in general they don't like each other. They,
Back and forth, but
right.
ultimately they're
They
not
see them
usually. If it's
right, right, right.
mutual, it's like, all right,
Well, and
yeah,
let's
we.
not forget these people are all like psychotic. So they all everything they think
You
and
ever
do is
seen
completely
real psychotic
justified.
people work together, efficiently?
Exactly. Exactly.
No,
Thank you.
it ends up like Reservoir Dogs, and they all shoot each other at the end.
Exactly. No, and
Yeah,
that's what's so fun about the Batman Rogues Gallery is that every time they team up, that's always what
it's
happens.
almost
It's very
kind of like
fun.
they preemptively shoot themselves in the foot.
Oh, exactly.
You're like too
Um,
many cooks in the
but no,
kitchen.
basically, every villain individually would look at themselves as always being justified and always in the
Well, and
right.
then you
And
could.
9 times out of 10,
I'm gonna stop you there. Where it's the well, it's because a good villain has to be like, oh, I am right. That's how you write a good villain. Is what you just
oh,
said.
exactly.
Is that
Right, right, right.
they aren't wrong.
But so what I would see is a dynamic where you would have basically the
Oh,
villains overall.
don't think I
would
ever
look
showed you
down on
this.
each other.
Maybe I did. Hold on. Continue. Sorry. I just
But the villains in general would look down on each other, but collectively they would kind of all agree and look down on Batman the most because he, while being blatantly psychotic, is pretending as if he's like morally superior to them and that he's going to go out here
yeah.
and he's going to be the force that they stand. And it's like, first of all, they all know damn well they just got to avoid the cops. That's the main issue. That hey, I recognize this dude.
Yeah. I don't know if I showed you this or not. From the way I didn't erase the pencils, it feels like I scrapped the idea.
I You
Because
inked it over. I
yeah.
penciled, right?
No,
Okay, that's what I
no,
thought. Yeah,
no.
no, you
I
penciled it.
no, I penciled it too. I know if I pencil something and then ink it, like
Was that based
if I
off an
don't.
image I drew?
Yes, yeah, it was based off of
Oh,
what you
okay,
sent
that's why.
me. Yeah,
No, it
yeah,
looks so similar. I was like, "Fuck, like that's
yeah.
not quite my style,"
You
but I
literally
feel like that's what he did.
you literally drew like the little like what like red lined piece of
Yeah,
it,
yeah,
and
yeah.
it's in the thing that we're currently
In the chat.
in the
Okay, okay,
chat
cool, cool, cool.
somewhere way high up. And
Yeah, no, oh, that makes
literally
sense.
it was last year apparently 2023.
That's funny. Oh, I'm not
So
surprised.
you'd have to go all the way
Time
back to
flies.
that, but I guess I never ended up showing this at any point. Even though I know I drew another version, maybe I didn't like that one and like the other one better or something. I don't know. But I could immediately
No,
tell that
I
based
agree.
off of it not being erased, I was like, I didn't finish the presentation of it,
Of course, of course.
which is at least by default, it's to at least send it to you and go, look what I did, and then you go, cool. That's if it doesn't get
Did I
that far,
post the
yeah.
I was trying to generate pictures of that character with the AI. I think I posted some of
Oh, I
those.
don't know actually. I don't remember any
So
off the
look,
top of my head. If you did, I didn't put
I'll
the two
I'll
together.
just repost them.
Yeah,
It's funny. The AI shit, like it's cheap right now. It's a fun gimmick. I'll probably cancel my subscription before too long because it's kind of like I don't know, unless they improve it or something, which they seem to be. But
yeah.
it's a gimmick.
It
It's kind
seems
of
to
fun.
evolve it as time moves on, which to some people's chagrin.
Yeah, no, I don't think it's that bad either. I think people who are worried about it like
Hmm.
getting rid of work for artists, I think they just haven't spent much time working with it themselves because it's a great tool for an artist, frankly, but it's not something to be threatened by. I think it's like being threatened by a printer. Like, no, it's just a
Absolutely,
new
yeah.
tool.
Or the back in the day would have been, oh, you're being threatened by Photoshop. Woo,
Exactly.
you know.
It's like no, it's just a different thing. Oh, there it is. A
All
picture.
artists
Now
when
that
they
I
found
see
out
it.
that there was a thing called the photograph you know camera, they were like, oh no, now there's no reason for us to draw because the real thing is being captured in real time and it's the exact one thing. You're like, no, that's doesn't change the part of uh human uh expression. That's the whole point of art.
Exactly.
You don't get that in photography, unfortunately. No offense to
Right.
photography, but yeah. No, I think you're onto something there where it's always the. I think that's one of the larger points of like the mythos as a whole, where it's the not just break is one rule, but attached to that is also um, like people always do the thing where go Batman does deserve also should be in the same Arkham prison as everyone else he puts in there. Like that's usually the
Oh
other way
yeah.
people articulate it, and you're like, and that's not completely wrong. So there's got to be if there's a gem or like a not gem a sliver of I guess logic behind that, or there's some type of evidence for that, then clearly you don't just say it just to be like, oh, I'm being funny or whatever.
Yeah.
You're like, no, like
Well, yeah,
there's something
it's
to be
not
said about
lost on
that.
me that a lot of these concepts have been explored in
Sure.
other Batman media.
Or just as a whole, as like a
People have thought about it.
the internet talking points where it's not so much that it's canon, but it might as well be from at least from a large part of the community agreed upon. Where you're like, yeah, he should probably also go to Arkham. If
Just
i.e.
based on
if he
the
goes
logic of the
so far as to insert insert reasoning here and there.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. I don't know if I've ever. But it's like I always draw like Joker's always a good one where like you can't draw a bad Joker really. I feel like, especially if you go,
Well, he's just a great character
especially if you go
design.
full retard with it. So like, but there's always never. I
Well,
don't
like
feel
Joker's a
like there's
good
never
character. That's
excuse for
another
me to
thing.
what.
I know it's a great line. I'll say that's another thing I would approach to my take on Batman. The Joker absolutely wants to kill Batman. The Joker wants to kill basically everybody. And I think he wants to kill Batman most of all because Batman stands out the most because of what he's doing. So like I know it's a great line from the Dark Knight where he's like, I don't want to kill you. You're too fun. I don't know what I'd do without you. Like that concept. I
I
know
could see
that's been pretty
yeah, I
popularized.
could see the one argument for that where like you could like if I was to try and be
Yeah.
mildly contrarian about it or whatever, it's like,
And no, I'm sure
but
Joker would
yeah,
say something like that,
yeah. But I could also see him
but
being
that's
like,
not true.
oh, well, if you were to go more like clinically, like a psychopath would hate to be like one upped every fucking time he does something, to where he would be tired of Batman spoiling. And that almost reminds me of like how like Mark
Oh, for
Hamill
sure.
would kind of portray that in his dialogue, where it's like he's like,
Like
every
boy,
time I'm
boy.
trying to have a party, you're always crashing it, you know, that kind of energy. And it's like that seems like a very specific type of Joker versus the other ones where it's more
Yes.
like, I love you. We're the same person. You just don't know it. And it's just like either being more camaraderie about it or more like, you
Right, right, right.
you're a thorn in my asshole
And don't get me wrong,
every
I
time you
see
show up,
validity to both,
motherfucker,
styles.
or whatever. So I think, yeah. And I think both of those are like, you could have, again, just like anything. I think that there's room for you to have both of those as an option, uh, for said character.
There's room for both.
You know, some people might say, oh, there's one's a little bit more, uh, I guess, potentially canonically, acceptable or whatever. And again, that's where you can then really get into the debate of said thing. But at the end of the day, it's like, I mean, again, there's you see the character being represented so many times that eventually you're like, you know what? Like the further away some get, the closer some retroactively become more acceptable. Like you almost accept. It's like saying like, oh, we accept the Terminator Salvation more than anything that has come after it, based on the fact that like we've had time to go. Yeah, that didn't seem as insane or seem more faithful than the last few that have come out. So like, why are we retroactively saying that to ourselves? Is that because like that's just how life like goes at some point with it just those things kind of you almost kind of feel like, am I crazy or salvation raised up higher,
Am I crazy
like
or am I
based off of
crazy?
the fact that he, you know, that it's not as unhinged or convoluted as Genesis or whatever other ones I'm thinking of, Extinction or whatever the other, you name it, they're called that. I don't even know the titles without being like, I'm not confident in what the last three movies were called or whatever. The reboot or the revisioning one, which I think is Genesis, and then the one with all the girls and kills what's it, the right cons or whatever. It's like that one was Extinction or something like that. They're all right
Uh,
answers essentially because there is no real canon. I feel like anymore. There's no real fuck it, fuck it. They just said fuck it. Like sometimes that's you just say that because like that's you're like, no, it's unfortunately that is actually true. It is a fuck it kind of thing. Eventually, where they're like, yeah, we don't know what to do with this franchise. We've made it woke. We've Back to the Future it. We've done this. We've done that. We've not gone back to the future. We've stayed in the present slash future, and you're just like, and none of it really worked. Oh, oh, it's almost like it doesn't. It's not an endless well
that's
of
a whole other
idea.
conversation
And
is to
yeah,
rework the Terminator franchise.
sure. I almost don't want to though. I kind of don't give a shit.
No, no, I don't
The only
necessarily
thing I
want
think would
to.
be kind of fun
That's a whole
would
we
be,
could.
how do you know how you do like there's like RoboCop the cartoon show. It's like, how do you make it kid friendly? You're like, what the fuck? Oh yeah, I guess that they do that occasionally. So to do that also with like kidify, like it's the 90s or whatever, 90s TV, and you're trying to sell toys or something. How do you make Terminator kid friendly? You're like, uh, okay. That's the only thing I would be willing to try and challenge myself for. Otherwise, if it's just said make a new movie, I'd be like, no, I'm good. No new movies. No new stuff. No thinking you can reinvent the wheel because you know you're like, well, we haven't done everything. And you're like, yeah, for good reason. There's the that's my answer is we haven't done every possible. It's like saying like just because there's like 30 roll variations or possibilities in like 2d6s or whatever doesn't mean that they all are relevant or valid for what a weird nerdy thing to say, but not all of them are
Or
contextually or what is the word I'm looking for? They're not all like relevant to the task at hand. You're like, no, you have to get you got to get a specific number, or you have to get closer to a very specific range of outcomes. You don't just choose all of them. I rolled 2 1s, I'm done. You're like, no, there's don't get to make oh, just because I rolled a dice, I win. Like, no, that's not how that works. You don't roll dice and go, oh, that was the game mechanic. I did it.
win immediately. This game sucks.
You mean wait, there's a winning condition? Oh man, you're like, yeah, there's parameters that you have to follow through more than just. Well, I did the thing. I love the I did the thing. I don't know if you've ever. I don't know. I feel like I've heard that all the time. I did the thing. Well, I did the thing. You're like, okay, like you're still
You asked me
wrong.
do thing. I did do thing.
What do you mean? I did the thing. You're like, yeah, but you didn't do it right. Oh man, you didn't tell me that. You're like, wait, what? That's usually how things work. That's how usually how the natural rule, or the laws of something. There's usually a winning condition and a losing condition. Now, I'm not saying that there's more that there. You could argue there's more variation within those two, but I feel like it's not a game, or there's not any stakes in the scenario. If you could just I did the thing. All right, cool. Let's move on. And you're like, wait, that's not conflict. That's not a adversity, or
Queedly speech. That's not a human organ.
yeah, that's not progression in the character's actions. That's just saying I did the thing and then just continuing to read a story or something. Like that's what I keep forgetting, that like well, not forgetting, but keep reminding myself that hey, the like there's intentional choices you shouldn't be making that actually are important in like tabletop. Like you don't just,
Mhm.
I don't know, maybe that's where my brain always draws back to like the the cause and effect of everything, and it's like, wait, the guy that's sitting next to me is like, oh, I did the thing, and I metagamed and whatever, and just all these reasons for basically why don't question what I did and let's move on. It's like, wait, no, like, you're not playing the same game as me, are you? Okay, well, I guess that's what I gotta do. Is, that kind of energy. I love that. What the fuck under my breath? Um, because like another thing too for me was now this might be not something you're super like, oh my god. You might know about the 3 pillars, right?
Probably.
Of D&D, the 3 pillars of D&D:
Yeah, no, I'm sure I do.
exploration, combat, and I already lost the third one. And they're the 3 pillars. Uh, probably it's probably redundant like role play or whatever, but let's see. 3
So yeah, it's
pillars of D&D.
explore, combat,
Oh,
reroll.
I guess it's social interaction. So that's the role play that I was failing to remember. All of it's
Yeah,
role
okay.
play. Um, but yeah, it's so you either are exploring areas or having social interactions with people, or you're fighting people
Yeah,
or
sounds
things.
about right.
So those are your 3 pillars. And I was like, you know what? I gotta remember that every time I think about doing something creative in my own worlds, or even if I was to not even do like a tabletop thing, but like I feel like you could
Oh,
easily like
especially. Yeah,
those are
yeah.
just really quick. It's almost like cliff notes, where it's like really quick. Like, are we exploring the world? Are we exploring characters slash interacting with said characters with at least with main character, or with however it transpires socially, and then
Mhm.
yeah, and then combat, and then that's the physical conflict that ends up being the case. And so yeah, it makes me go, oh yeah, I'll treat like, it's almost like when you learn that, you go, oh well, now I'm gonna instill the same thing into like Hoghead Joe. Like, have I what can, or what I haven't have I not explored more, or what needs to be, I guess, maybe driven home more. The idea of the weird world that they live in, or the confrontation between two ideologies, or the fact that these characters have special powers that we should probably highlight in combat. You won't, if it's combat relevant, because like, you obviously have non-combat based uh, powers, but at least in that context, you'd be
The
like,
librarian has combat powers.
I mean, they can. I mean, you've seen
You got to express it in a
you've
library.
seen the two
Shh.
action those two action films that I'm not going to say out loud, but they've dealt with kills
Oh.
using a book. I don't know if there's more than those two movies that I can think of, but yeah,
Yeah,
if you can kill someone with a book, that's a
I
librarian.
believe it.
The librarian, and it's like the fucking edgy name, or it's a mundane name for a edgy character that kills people with books.
I know they're the best.
Oh, the librarian. Anywho, no, I think that, so you don't have anything more than just the the thought experiment that is, what do you do with these kinds of premises, thoughts. There's no, you don't have more of a plot, or I'm not, obviously, if you didn't put any thought into that, then I understand, but I feel like I need to maybe just prod just a smidgen more, see how much further down the concept hole you went, or am I trying to pull out a huge
I mean, I
fish that
haven't
doesn't
really
exist?
I haven't put much thought into like an overall sort of Batman
Hmm.
concept. I have concepts that are, Batman adjacent. I'm inspired by Batman.
Okay, so you wouldn't have like on the if I'm playing
I
devil's
can't come up
advocate
with
in the
something.
conference room. I go, that's it. Yeah, okay, yeah, yeah. Well, that's good and all, but like, do you actually have a plot? Sorry, I
Yeah,
have to pull
that's
that card real quick.
you cut me to the quick. Oh my god,
Oh
dude.
my
This meeting is
god.
fucking crazy, dude. Are we in a Marriott or are we at a nice like
No,
conference room?
we're at the 50th second floor of Warner Brothers Incorporated Towers and
When the
Space.
meeting's over, you're gonna throw me off the roof. Got it.
We're just gonna be that meme where you go, oh, well, that was great.
Hi, Andreas.
And then we just throw you out the window. That's what I do to people I don't like's opinions.
Yeah, I mean it would have to be like I said, from the perspective of Gotham, but definitely taking, certain moments to check in with different characters to hear conversations that are being had and things like that.
Hmm.
Um,
Oh, I just maybe it's like on the spot. Can you think of anything that how you would apply said thing to that train of thought? Like, you did say Joker or whatever. It's like, is there anything that you're like? Is it straight up just, oh, I would have to just think of interactions with the general public and come up with a script based around like some fucking interviewer or whatever? Like, is that as
I
far,
guess we
or
would have to
how
have a
would you
character to base it
articulate
around.
that?
I guess, we might as well make someone like, I don't know, man, maybe make someone like Commissioner Gordon the main character.
Yeah,
Maybe do things from his perspective.
which
But
yeah,
definitely, it would be his character would be different than what the norm is. Because, like I said, whether or not he's sympathetic to Batman is irrelevant. Batman's a problem, but he's, sort of, he's making it worse, but he's also a symptom of the problem. So he's kind of like a,
as we the
lose
public, or
lose
are we as the
situation.
reader or viewer or whatever, are we also kind of sold on that snake oil? Because I
Oh,
feel like that,
we'd have to be,
yeah, I
yeah.
feel like that's kind of another thing too, where it's like, wait, they're making me question whether Batman is good or not, or should be,
You would definitely
you
have to
know.
have a scene where like the cops show up. Okay, so here's how it would start. You have a character like, I mean, fuck, for argument's sake, let's just kind of rip off the Batman. Let's just take
Yeah,
that movie
I'm not saying you
concept
need to
and
like.
rework it.
Oh my God, you don't have an absolutely perfect thought in your head that is original. It's not where I'm
Yeah,
going with that.
exactly.
I guess I was just trying to
I'm
squeeze
gonna
out
I'm
a
gonna
bit more.
improv a perfect Hollywood script, and
Yeah,
then
yeah. No rough draft or anything. Right now, just
no, basically
final
what you
draft
have is
immediately.
Gotham PD, specifically Commissioner Gordon. They're, I mean, a few months in on the Riddler. You kind of treat it like the Zodiac type thing, where they're
Yeah.
picking up clues and they're trying to figure out what this psycho's gonna do, and it's kind of the opening of this
Is
story
this
is they're
like the
dealing with
first
that.
precedent that when it comes to like this is the first large scale like public panic that we've experienced?
No, 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 shit like this happens all the time.
Oh, okay.
This may or
This
may
just so
not be
happens
the
to
first
be
time.
okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's unclear whether or not this is the first time the Riddler has done something like this,
Riddler
but it's made
specific,
perfectly
but not Gotham isn't obviously is kind of almost numb to some extent. Like
almost
they almost
like
have to push the
basically
envelope for people to be like, oh yeah.
Gotham PD has like a oh fuck, what do you call it? They have like a contingency
Hmm.
for like psycho criminals like doing like domestic terror and like attacking people and like setting traps and kidnapping people. Like Gotham is just an absolute nightmare of a city. It just seems like there's it's almost like there's something in the water. Like it just makes
Yeah,
people into violent psychos. And arguably,
or at least tracks said psychos.
something like that. Right,
Because
right,
it
right.
does. I would imagine it doesn't necessarily inherently need to be like,
Yeah, people come in from
yeah,
Bane's from South America. He
yeah,
came from here from somewhere else, so he's already nuts. Um, but basically, yeah, they're on this Riddler case, and they get a call like, sir, Mr. Commissioner, whatever the fuck you call him. I don't know, it was a dumb whatever you call him. Gordon,
sure,
we got a report. They found another clue. Like, oh, okay, we're gonna get down. We get down to the whatever. They show up to the crime scene, and they get there, and the other cops there are like in their squad cars, like guns drawn, like behind the squad cars, guns drawn, like they're like panicked, like shit went down. And like, what you say, well, what happened? What's going on? I was like, well, we pulled up, we saw the clue. We set up a perimeter for what do you call it, a forensic perimeter, so no one would touch it. We didn't want to move anything until you got here. And we went inside, and that fucking Batman guy was in there, and he fucking took the clue, or whatever the fuck. So
yeah.
like, you immediately get the indication that
That's the
it's like,
police
okay, Batman showed
property.
up.
That's our property.
Well, something like
That's
at the
for
very like
us. Stop it. Why is he
Batman
taking it from us?
indirectly, or whether or not he intended to, he just fucked up a police investigation,
Hmm.
and now he's like directly impeded their ability
Okay,
to
one sidetrack. I feel like
acquire
that is
more
one
information.
thing when it comes to like Batman. Like every once in a while, you're like, wait, did he actually like fuck with that, or like, or was it not a big enough deal to where you're like, wait, why is he in? Like,
Oh no, and don't get me wrong. I'm sure
would he
Batman has a perfectly
respect? Yeah,
justified
would he
personal reason.
respect? Yeah,
He took
boundaries of such things.
it was a handwritten note. It was a handwritten note, and he took it because he's going to go back to the Batcave and get it analyzed.
Yeah,
Sure, like
and
whatever the fuck,
and
doesn't
classic in the
matter.
classic Batman fashion or story, you'd be like, oh yeah, we're just gonna take it for face value that that's not a problem. Whatever.
But
Yeah,
from
like
the perspective
Batman's
of
gonna
these
solve it.
cops, it's like
Yeah,
he just no. From the
yeah,
perspective of the cops, he just took off with vital evidence.
yeah,
He's actively interfering with a crime scene and
yeah.
in a police investigation. Dude, what the what is that guy thinking? What is he doing?
It's like the joke. You're
And
like,
I
well,
wouldn't.
you're still breaking a law. Yeah, sure, you might
Right.
actually help us like
And we
save us
don't
from a maniac, but
necessarily.
it's kind of funny how like it's like it's kind of a monkey's paw thing where you're like, you do all this to help
And
us,
it's
but
not
then yeah,
necessarily
but
that.
in
It's not that Batman's a new thing, but I definitely want to get the idea that it's like he's becoming more of an issue for the police because he's more and more often they're
yeah.
interact. They're
They're
he's
like, we have a
crossing
contingency
the
for other psychopaths, but we don't have a Batman contingency yet.
right. Well, because
Which could be a
technically, like
fun that you could probably I
being a
guess you could
vigilante,
add that to that. I feel like to
but
that
they're
story.
having a hard time. Yeah, they're having a hard time developing a contingency for Batman because
Yeah,
he's such an unpredictable weirdo.
yeah. Well, you say that.
Like
I
they
think he's a pretty
they can't
upstanding
lure
guy.
him out with anything. Like he's very like he almost seems like a pacifist, but then there's definitely been instances where he's like punched a dude so hard that it like fractured his spine and put him in a wheelchair.
You're like a
Some
normal
shit
guy
like that.
wouldn't do that.
Yeah, Batman's not. Bruce Wayne is very
Bat
unwell, and for good
uh,
reason. Like I said, we know his
cops
backstory. We're
aren't
not
crooked
going to
at
show
all
that.
in Gotham. or in real
Oh, no,
life?
well, that's it, it's all situation. He would
Well,
definitely address the
I was
fact
just
that they're
say,
crooked cops. Yeah, yeah,
you could do the thing where you go, well, here's the because you constantly do the thing where you ping pong back and forth where you're like, oh, it's in the cops court side or court or whatever you call it, where they have the ball where they're like, yeah, this crazy motherfucker's stealing all our shit, and you're like, yeah, that's kind of fucked up, and then you find out like, but then you're kind of taking their side for a hot minute, and then all of a sudden you see like a cop like interfere like intentionally uh what is it called? Like interfering with the investigation, and then you're like, wait, but then there's cops that are inherently doing that. So now are we
oh,
on
yeah.
We're back on Batman's side because he's not as he's not corruptible, quote unquote, or he's the third option. He's
It would just be
yeah,
highlighting that
yeah,
the situation is just fucked from every direction.
yeah, yeah,
That's
yeah,
what it
yeah,
would highlight, just the chaos of
yeah. I'm clearly
Gordon
yeah.
in the middle trying to make it work when it's like the city's
Hmm.
gone to shit, the police department's completely falling apart, like corruption is everywhere. It's like, but well, here we are. We're the commissioner of the police department. Guess
Hmm.
we gotta get something done.
Yeah, it seems like there's like a constant just like everyone's pointing fingers until something more concrete officially happens. Like that's why I think it's always funny where like
I mean,
you get
you
that
could have a whole side plot where like they're trying to catch the Riddler and they can't, and like months go by
yeah,
and like all kinds of other shit
and there's
happens,
still
and
like
the
deaths and
police
stuff are still
department,
popping. I mean, that's kind of what they do with
it's
like the Batman. Like they're
like the
still
police department gets
killings,
like fucking defunded and a bunch of cops get laid off, and then there's a
which
bunch of
already will
riots,
inherently all that stuff will inherently kind of prolong,
and then like
quote
after
unquote, the
all
more
the
important
fallout,
thing.
like
Well,
after all the
you know what
fallout
we're
with
just
them failing to
describing.
catch the
We're
Riddler.
excuse me. We're just describing the end of the Joker movie where
Well, no, no, but I'm
everyone's
just
all
saying it's like
celebrating like this guy's crazy and we all like him, and you're like, wait, is there now going to be a full on riot in the streets of Gotham after the
no, it would just be what it would be is it would be the fallout of all that, of them not being able to catch the Riddler, and then Batman drops the Riddler off, like at
yeah.
the police department, like handcuffed, all proud of himself, like I'm helping you guys out. They're like, you piece of shit, like we would have found him weeks ago if you hadn't been fucking with our fucking
Oh,
investigation.
really? You want to go
Like,
that route
yeah, like
where
he like
he
literally like,
actually
and don't get me
interfered
wrong.
with that?
And don't get me wrong, there's no reason to believe that the police were going to catch him weeks ago, but you
Yeah,
don't know that.
yeah.
There was definitely an interference on Batman's behalf, and the fact that he turned him in now is cool, I guess. But it's already the damage has been done. Basically, they needed to catch him by a certain point, and like like with like police funding or an election or whatever something coming up, they needed to be able to solve this before a certain time, and they didn't do it.
Mm.
And partially because Batman involved interfered with their shit.
Okay, and so this is why you're so adamant about wanting to do something with Batman, even though I was the one that the brought it up in the first place, because you were like, oh, if I was going to do something, I don't know, maybe
Yeah.
I'm meta now asking you, are you sure about that? I'm the one that brought
Are
it
you
up, and you,
sure?
yeah, yeah, exactly.
Well, and don't get me wrong, I would do everything I could to emphasize Batman as like an intelligent, perceptive.
No, no,
Like
I
I
meant
do
like,
like
yeah,
the idea of
I
him
was like,
being like the ultimate detective type character, Sherlock Holmes,
you have
level
to do the thing
character. I
where you
do
have to,
like that.
yeah, I have to say the thing out loud where you're like, I'm not forcing you. You're
Yeah,
consensually giving away
I'm by
what you
no
would have maybe
means am
thought
I
of.
trying to
Yeah.
depict Batman as a bumbling fool. That's not at all what I'm thinking.
Oh, yeah.
But what I'm thinking is that it's objectively he is A, behaving in a very psychotic, atypical way, and B, the way he conducts himself would directly interfere with law enforcement, which is would already be stretched so thin in a setting like that.
Yeah. So there's already plenty of confusion to go around, which I think again I feel like they do at least touch upon that a lot of like in some things. Not trying to step on your shit, but it's like every once in a while you do kind of go, is Batman kind of impeding on the solving of this thing, or like other times it's like it's super clear that it's like, oh no, everyone's dumb except for Batman, and he's the only one that's going to solve the
Especially
thing,
when
and
you
you're like,
get to a
oh
certain point
well,
where you would have some of the villains doing shit like kidnapping people and like threatening them with whatever, and like going like a public Joker would do that kind of shit all the time, like make a public like message go out the Batman's gonna show up here at this time, or I'm gonna blow up this bus, like that kind of, shit
Yeah.
like that.
Hmm.
And that the cops that would make them hate Batman even more.
Well, yeah, because yeah, they're like, hey, wait, we're not in the picture when it comes to this.
Well,
It's
no,
like
because
it's
then it
like
would
it's
be
like,
like we've got to rescue these hostages on this bus,
I
but
man,
also keep an eye out for Batman because he's probably going to show
yeah,
up and he's definitely going to cause a problem for us. And if he does show up, we got to make sure we arrest him and Joker, but
it's
we
hard not to
also
make
got to
the
make sure nobody on this bus dies.
yeah, it's hard not to make fun of the make the joke of it being like, why is this domestic couple having their domestic whatever joke I'm making like happening in public? Like, can they just do this behind closed doors? Like, for fuck's sake!
Pretty
Like,
much.
I feel like that's what like. Go, just rent a room out, guys. Get a room. That's the kind of the thing
And
with like
also, I think it
Batman
would
and
be really
Joker
fun.
relationship.
It'd be really fun motivation for someone like Harvey Dent, who's again a man, much like Commissioner Gordon, a man of the law, of like traditional law and order,
Hmm.
who not only is physically and psychologically disfigured by criminality. But I would imagine also like the police department, probably it's like his legal shit is probably muddied by the idea that there's a guy running around in bat pajamas assaulting people. And
Yeah,
it's like, well, any number of criminals that does something violent can say that they were doing something in self-defense because Batman
yeah,
did something.
yeah.
And it's like, well, that just fucked up all of his legal shit. So then when he goes crazy and becomes Two-Face, then he's got personal motivation to want to go after Batman.
Hmm. Yeah. No, it maybe that is the true what do you call it a
And not
true
to play
story.
favorites. And not to play favorites, but of course I'm going to make Harvey Dent a main character in this narrative.
I would imagine in the way you're articulating the type of like yeah like the Gotham being a larger part of the storytelling. It's like you kind of have to feel like you have to hit every
Yeah.
relevant like so like got uh
Well, shit, like
uh
any
Commissioner Gordon has
so
to be at least somewhat a player in it. Not saying well duh it's Batman character. It's like no I mean like in this particular story I feel like you get it seems more relevant to have like Commissioner Gordon take a decent chunk of the like the lead. Same with like Harvey Dent being a fucking
mhm.
DA and everything, or at least maybe he's getting into the like
Oh,
his
I think
his
one thing
rise
that would
his
be
rise to
really
popularity
cool.
could be part of this like again which again we've seen this but sometimes it's not quantified in any one particular story, so maybe you're trying to
Well,
like hit all the like perfect little like
I could be totally like
Shakespearean momentum
ignorant
behind
about this.
by everyone's rise or downfall.
Oh, right.
Because I feel like that's like the biggest selling point I think for like the Nolan Batman movies was like maybe not the execution, but like the the desire to have like Harvey Dent go from you know this character and then do the obviously do the thing he says in the movie, the say the line, Bart, that thing, and then he goes, you know, you either live long enough to see your villain, that kind of thing, right? We've all heard it.
I think that's one thing to the Nolan movies. I mean, obviously, to Christopher Nolan's credit, those movies are wildly popular and
Hmm.
objectively very good. But that is another thing that they do kind of dance around. Like they present themselves as this like gritty, grounded, sort of tough
Yeah,
Batman. Not tough, but like realistic Batman.
yeah, well, yeah, it's grounded
But
in more
it's
realism than it is in the fantasy
yeah,
of
but like
it.
technologically alone, that that setting is fucking science fiction, like gobbledygook.
But yeah, but at the same time, you're like, well, but getting he doesn't make his Batmobile. He just paints a military vehicle and put a sign on it. And you're like, that's actually kind of it seems more realistic to repurpose military uh, grade like stuff
Right.
as like that sounds like a Batman thing. Like
Just the idea that the
being able to purchase
CEO
the
of
dang
this
thing and then just
multi-billion dollar
yeah
company can just casually use company assets to
yeah
produce
exactly
like a
like
personal arms
I think that's
weaponry. Yeah.
I find that to be one of the bigger highlights in the in the like the less explored part of those movies where you're like, what do you do when you have a rich guy as the main character as the oh well he it's not so much that like he just because like some of that stuff you feel like it's a kind of a it's it it's not because I guess that's the thing too, where you go, well, what do you focus on? You're like, oh, well, he's going to focus on like acquiring bat gear and bat classic bat iconography, which is like the cave and the vehicle and the suit, and you're like, oh, okay. But then they put a little bit more like thought into like acquiring each of those things as a not so much as like a here's a montage. It's like, but it's also like you kind of do need to like give me a little bit of like a reasoning behind like wait the Tim like it makes sense that the Tim Burton movies like high concept in terms of like he just shows up with like fucking fireworks on the ends of his fingers and shit, and you're like, okay, that that checks out. You're like, what? Why? Or his car drives up the fucking wall without any. I mean, not saying you need to have a like a you don't need to beat people over the head of like, this is why it works this way. You're like, oh, but I feel like that
Well,
is
I
that
mean,
is how you always are trying
Batmobile
to.
is a
That's
whole
how
other
you
conversation.
that's why you're trying to always to kind of create a complex, you know, palette of things. Like when you see, like for example, when you see like how his in the Nolan stuff, how his like motorcycle thing like can turn kind of on a dime, like that being
Right.
grounded more than how the Batmobile, which I mean, it's all grounded. It's all crazy and still logical. Like it doesn't jump the shark, but literally in this case, because Batman's done that. But you've seen
He
like,
has, and he blew it up.
but you've seen the part where he's like, "Oh, I drove down an alleyway. I can't turn around." But wait, the Batmobile can turn on a dime, and then the hydraulic underneath goes "Boo," and raises him up, rotates
Yeah.
him, and then you go, "What the fuck?" Like, it almost seems like they wrote that in to just be convenient. Like, yeah, of course the Batmobile would have like some contingencies like that, like, but then same with like I'm gonna drive up the wall, and you're like, wait, you're gonna drive up the wall? What do you mean? What the fuck am I looking at? That kind of thing. But then you see like Nolan's Batman or whatever be like, well, he shot a fucking cable first, and then he hooked himself to the cable, and then he flew across two skyscrapers. Like that's insane in real life too. But also Batman would totally be like, yeah, I'm not just gonna glide. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Like gliding, there, almost things like you would say like Batman's like not well. In this case, you'd be like, he's not crazy enough to be like, yeah, I'm just gonna just uh, lick my finger, see where the wind is going, and then just jump. And I mean, you could, I guess, if you wanted to make a more unhinged Batman, that's just like you said, like arguably could be in Arkham with everyone else, where you're like, well, that was kind of dangerous to yourself and others. Like
Well,
maybe
but
we,
he is
or
doing that.
you go, oh no, he's got logic behind him, where it's he shot a cable across, you know, 1,000 feet to another building and then hooked himself to it. You still have to have balls to do that, but you can see where like
Is
you could see the wheels.
But where's the line? But where's the line between ballsy and insane?
Well, that's what I'm saying. But you can at least see the logic where you're like, oh, of course, like you would hook yourself to that, and then his the logic is that
You
it should be that should be a survivable action
right. Well, but that's my
in
point
theory.
though.
Yeah, not just
Right,
not
right, right.
not like in
That's
the
kind of one
video
of those
game, like
things
in
that
the
are
video
fine.
games, you just take advantage of like this ain't gonna kill me, but then when it does, you're like, wait,
Well, but that's the thing is it's like
am I
it's
just
I
stupid
like
or
to
did the
highlight that
game? Yeah,
the deconstruction for the sake of putting it back together and you appreciate it more because you see how basically seeing how the sausage is made
yeah,
as if that were to make the sausage taste better, which now that I've
yeah,
used that
yeah.
analogy, maybe I'm just making an argument for why my reconstructive destructive Batman pitch, maybe I'm just stupid. I don't know.
You're
Maybe
like
I'm
you're
ruining
not
it.
doing anything different that that's the
Right.
world the sausage
Well,
industry
but
has
the fact
done.
of the matter is that, talking about this guy, lining up cables and zip lining or grapple hooking, gliding, these are all things that Batman does on a regular basis.
Yeah,
And now, granted, in the
fairly
Nolan movies,
frequently without I feel like
yeah,
with a little
he
ease or
glides
with
a few
pretty easy.
times, he grapple hooks.
Yeah, it's like, huh?
Yeah, they do the set
I know
piece.
that
They
might also be
definitely
just how
display.
you just can't write like it's not a compelling story if you just have them go, oh my grapple hook didn't hook onto the end of that building and I have to start all over again. You're like that's it's like you can't watch like
Right. I
how
It
do you
would be
make
a waste
Batman
of
pee
time. Yeah,
in
I'm
his
not gonna write a
bat suit
scene.
compelling? It's like
Yeah,
what?
I'm not gonna write a
Like who
scene.
cares?
I'm not gonna write a scene where Batman paces around a city block looking for a good spot to grapple to.
Yeah,
Like I'm
yeah,
not. That's not at all.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's that I can
But at the end
understand
of the day,
that's where you
what
draw
I'm
the
talking
line.
about is this is a guy who is, like you're saying, licks his fingers, sees which way the wind is blowing, and jumps. He
Shrugs
is
his
very
shoulders and
much
goes, "All
doing it.
right." And you're like, "What? Wait,
Well,
what?"
he doesn't even shrug. He just does it,
Well,
and that's
I'm
what
I'm
makes him
saying I'm
insane.
saying you to use the like the shrug as a what is it, a pantomime? All right, what? Like so that the audience can be like, "Oh, I guess he's not fully convinced, but it's good enough." Granted, him doing it is
Well, but
evidence, but I
he's
mean,
insane. That's what I'm
yeah.
saying, though. It's licking his finger, or okay, not even that.
Well, I know
Doesn't lick his
I'm going
finger.
full like
Doesn't hesitate.
cartoon
Yeah.
where you pick the
Well,
very
and I get yeah, well, the
what is it,
analogy. Yeah, yeah,
yeah, your pantom again, it's literally the mime clown stuff where you have to go 100% over the top when it comes to
yeah.
he's in a box, and like you really have to sell that you're in a box. It's like, well, you could just go like this and just put your hand up and stop, and oh, he's in a box. But just like in
And at the end
we've
of the
obviously
day, I'm
in theater
imagining like
we've obviously been told sometimes you have to turn it up to 11.
this is very much a guy. That's why I like that image that you had up of that Batman that you drew.
Uh-huh.
And yours is a bit more, sort of ramshackle, if you want to use that
Yeah.
phrase. And to your credit, it's a fun part of the design. But
Mm.
yeah, we're very much talking about a guy who stitched up a bat costume, may or may not be wearing some form of body armor underneath it. Fully intends on using the wing slash the wing shaped cape feature as a parachute slash
Yeah.
wing glide whatever. Like this guy's nuts. Like
Yeah.
this is an insane person. He seems to have some semblance of morality, like a really weird sort of twisted
Yeah.
morality, which is probably for the best because God knows what he'd be doing if he was criminally
Well, yeah.
insane like the rest of these
I think
people.
that's always the best way to like write that where you're like, well, we're constantly like having to almost be convinced that this is a crazy man, but then there's always something that kind of brings you back to going, no, I'll take him back. He's not my crazy boyfriend
He
anymore.
means well.
He means well, yeah. So you're like, oh,
He brought me
yeah,
flowers.
he put a criminal in jail. Like that kind of brings us back to
Dude,
square
that's
one.
the analogy right there.
Yeah,
Batman bringing the Riddler to the police is the abusive, maybe not abusive, but like
yeah,
the crazy boyfriend bringing you flowers after the fight.
yeah. He's trying to make up
He
for
said
all
some
the
like,
other shenanigans that
yeah,
you took all this
he
evidence. You're
said
like,
some like,
well, at least
yeah,
in a record timing, you brought
he
us
said some like off the
said
rails
person.
crazy
Yeah,
shit, stole your phone, took $400 and disappeared for
inconvenienced
two.
us to all ends of
Yeah. But
yeah
then he showed up 2 weeks later with a bouquet of roses, and you just,
yeah.
he
Oh yeah.
means well.
You're like,
That's the idea.
what?
That's what Batman
You know
has
what?
been for decades.
I'm right back to you've gaslit me. You
Right.
gassed me up. Thanks.
And that's what I don't want to do with my version of
Oh,
Batman.
okay.
Is the police are it's going to be blatantly obvious that the police do not like what this guy is doing. It's dangerous and
But
it's
he's
making their job
what
harder.
is the joke? But he gets
But he's
results.
fighting them.
He
He
gets
gets
results.
results, and they will definitely. I very much. I do want to have scenes where they're like police arguing with each other about like,
Yeah.
well, he's busted more guys than we have in the last year. It's like, well, that's because we got morons like you on the team. Shit like that. Like,
And then he
yes,
goes, "You
definitely,
shut up,
yeah.
you N-word," and then shoots the guy. And you're like, "Well,
He
what the
shoots
fuck?"
him right in the face.
The
Yeah,
cop just
police are
told
all
that
fucked
the
up in
cop
Gotham.
just did a hard N-word and then shot
Well, dude,
his
that happened. Well,
coworker.
but real talk, that happened this year in real life.
Oh, did it?
Two cops. There was some sort of
They had
yes, like some
dispute.
weird shit happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was some issue between, and one cop killed a sheriff. I'm
There's
pretty
some
sure.
sexual tension and one ended up dying. How
Something happened.
Shakespearean.
Yeah, dude, something. Yeah, there was a skull involved for sure.
To be or not to be, I choose
But that's
not
again
to
like
be.
the idea that Batman needs to be grounded as a concept is like it's really not that far off from the crazy shit that's in reality. Really, the biggest thing that keeps it, you know, outside of that is the costumes. Like that's really
Yeah,
the only thing that makes the Batman
sure.
mythos different is that you got a guy dressed up like a clown before he does mass murder, as
Yeah.
opposed to real
Again,
life
I always
where
say
they
it's
just
like
do mass
again,
murder.
it's like stage where like you
Yeah.
you technically have to elevate the already existing uh like emotional like uh highs or like peaks of the exaggerations that is like love, betrayal, and you're like when you underline those and italicize and bold it, like you're going above and beyond just like the like it's the artistic intent to like try and like beat people over the head with the idea. You could say like it's about a killer, and you're like, oh, but you put a voice on, it's about a killer, and you're like, that's more realistic. But the other one's not wrong because that's what you would then say. Well, that's how you sensationalize it. You could technically just make everything that anything existed in real life. You can under. Oh boy, I'm gonna go this way. You could always undersell. It was only 3 million Jews that got killed in the Holocaust. You're like, fucking hell, only three on
Well,
three, not six or whatever, right? And it's like,
it's
wait,
just
why are we
entitled to get it.
underselling? It's it's almost like, wait, splitting hairs on such an arbitrary thing. It seems like there's an intention there. Versus, so like the same thing when you treat it with like a fictional thing where you're like, well, no, we have to make it like it's not that the whole like a building has been rigged up to explode. The whole fucking city is surrounded by water, and every levee or wall has been rigged up with explosives. And you're like, whoa, okay, I guess yeah, we've turned it up to 1 billion. Yeah, okay, gotcha. This
Yeah.
is really a bad thing, not just a somewhat of a bad thing. Like no one, like that's even the joke too, where you can go like, it's not about like someone just like how do you turn like Die Hard even more edgier with like crazy suit? And you're like, oh, now they're on the
Now
moon.
it's just Batman.
Now there's 7,000 villains that are
But
all
that's the thing.
you know
Die Hard with theater
characteristics of a German.
costumes is Batman.
Yeah, but yeah, that's how
Or
you.
or rather I should say Bruce Wayne is just John McClane with better funding. That's what I should say.
Sure, but like what? Yeah, if okay, here we go. You got to do the classic thing where you go, it's Die Hard, but in the Batman universe, right? Because people, I think I've heard people, at least I like to do this. I always make like, you go, how do you make Die Hard, but you have to put it in that universe? And you're like, what do you mean? You're like, well, there's people looking for, and you can obviously change this, but the main thing is there's a Christmas party of employees in a building. The building so happens to have money in said building, and then there's villains slash criminals looking to get said money. And final component is there's a character there who just either happens to be there or is designed to be there in some fashion or another to stop said crime slash whatever. Right? That's kind of the if I was to try and boil it down that story or that plot.
Well, you boiled it.
Yeah, and then you go, okay, well then those all can still be relevant to like a Batman episode of Batman in the fucking 90s, where, okay, you have a Christmas party. Sounds pretty Gotham City ish, that all the rich people are there. Granted,
Slumlord,
I
not
might just,
liking it
well,
so
I'm,
far.
I'm probably already describing the fucking scene in Dark Knight with Joker crashing the party.
That scene has happened in more than just The Dark
Yeah,
Knight.
I know, but I'm just like,
Oh yeah.
to really kill the momentum of my argument or whatever. Um, you know,
Hey, it's not working. Dude, we're cruising
yeah,
as far as I'm concerned.
but
No momentum lost.
but
I'm liking the
yeah,
concept already.
you're naturally going to have like, oh well, who's going to be there? Oh well, of course Bruce Wayne, who also, you know, guys is also Batman, right? He's going to be there.
Dude, what?
Most of the players that you would want in that scenario to have either a perspective, like you said, where you kind of want to. I feel like you should pick out your roster of people who have a perspective on Gotham's perspective of the Batman as a whole. So going back to like you're gonna have to have a Grace, whatever her name is, or whoever's the reporter in that universe. You've got to have Catwoman, just because that's why not add more complexity to that idea. The cat burglar who also is in on the idea that there's something to be gained there, but she's doing it differently. So she's technically also like if there was like a
Well, she's like a different. Yeah, she's similar to Bruce in that she's got a somewhat of a morality
yeah,
in that she's not like a killer, but she's
but
still nuts just
but
the same, just
just like how
traveling the
you
world, stealing jewels and
yeah
scamming people.
like it's more fun to add complexity to a whodunit when you have every character in said deck of cards for options to constantly either fuck with the audience's expectations, like, oh, this is the actual killer, or you just want more. You don't you, to have a more of a cornucopia of choices to give your story more life, where you're like, oh, there's like it's almost like an Ocean's 11 thing where you see like it's like if you blended Dark Knight, the beginning of Dark Knight, with like the heist of the bank, but then you blended it with the party crashing scene. And this is all Joker basically shenanigans. But if you What if
Yeah.
and then, oh, 90s Batman. Oh, we've got the suave Bruce Wayne making his rounds and macking on women, and then he meets someone named Selena Kyle. Who the hell's that? And so you're getting all the nice little like beats to where you're like, wait, so now we're gonna see what we're gonna cut to like Selena Kyle like donning a mask real quickly, and then I don't know, hiking her skirt up or something, and then doing like this nimble thing, and then you're like, wait, what the fuck? Oh, okay, well, if we were all in the if we I guess we knew that this is Catwoman, so of course she's gonna do something, but it's contrary to like Joker coming in and doing like the more brash thing, like we are the party crashers, you know. Let me introduce myself, and then it's like him, and then you find out, oh, well, he decided to bring Penguin along or whatever, and you're like, oh, and you're like, what the, oh, okay, well, it's theatrical, but also complex in its nature of storytelling. So then you have Bruce being like, I need to go and change into Batman in order to effectively stop these motherfuckers. And he would say that. He would just say motherfuckers.
Oh,
Um, but yeah, and then there'd be other things. You have your little moments of like the cops who are also like the three or four prominent cops that are in that scenario, where that's like Commissioner Gordon. Uh, oh gosh, what's the Hispanic one that they always name drop? I don't know.
oh,
The other beat cop character in most of that universe.
yeah.
She's there and she's like, I don't like wearing dresses, even though that's not how she would say it, but she'd say it like,
Straight up sounds like
yeah.
an old Jewish man.
I was gonna say, sorry, I am just an old Jewish man, so I don't know how else to do it. No, by the way, I'm not, but
He
I'm
played the part
it doesn't,
well.
yeah, it's easy. It's easy to fool me. It's oy vey, man. This,
Ah, dude,
this
is that
scoot's
Mel
riding
Brooks?
up my ass crack. Oy vey. But
It's
yeah,
literally Larry David.
no, hold on. I wasn't doing Larry David at that point. What's the deal? No, because I feel like
Hey,
Seinfeld and him both can do the same voice. Like, what's the deal? And they're like, oh, you're saying this?
they're
That's good.
not not the same guy.
Well, they have the same like inflection where you're like, I don't get
Yeah.
what's wrong. Why am I the Oy vey? I'm the Jew that doesn't know what's going on and pity me. I don't know. Whatever. It's getting weirdly
Wow.
anti-Semitic quickly,
I
so
feel
we'll
you're
just
trying to
move
say
on.
something without saying something.
No, but I just think there was like you could have like I think that'd be like a fun like like you could do like the Batman movie like but it's made for TV that is just all these moving parts about like a bank heist or some type of heist, shenanigans. And then you have all the like classic. Now I'm just deviating from what you were talking about, but like you at least get in this context, you get everyone's point of view, so you get a little bit of like how the cops are going to address this, how Batman and slash Bruce Wayne is going to accomplish his end of the things. Selena Kyle's doing her own thing. Uh, you can have the joke of like being like you have like instead of what is it, Carl Winslow or whatever being outside, you can have Alfred just waiting in the car, trying to help from the outside. Because like again, you need him to help like Batman, but like he can play that character in Die Hard where he's like, "Hey pal, there's people fucking stealing shit," and he's like, "Okay, yeah sure pal," and then as soon as a corpse falls on his car, he's like, "Holy shit, I'm totally sold." You can have that, but basically Alfred doesn't need to be convinced by a corpse flying, you know, plummeting 20 stories. He could be like, "Oh yeah, of course, sir," and you can have the fun little. Again, everyone has their own little role to play where everyone has, even if they're a bit player. Typically, in most stories of Batman, most Batman chronicles or chapters or whatever you want to call it, like they all have like you can highlight them all. Then you're like, okay, well Alfred has to then find a way to get his suit to him and whatever. And you're like, okay, well let's try and use Alfred's like set of character like highlight his character by using his, I don't know, you could do, maybe you can use the if this is the, I don't know, there's always different versions of characters, but i.e. maybe like in this case, in this iteration, um Alfred is got a bit more of like a war veteran slash, I don't know, something, one of those types of backgrounds. So then he's like using that as his way to effectively or efficiently achieve getting said bat suit to bat to excuse me to Bruce Wayne. So he's got to use his basically highlighting everyone in enough to where everyone gets their own little time to shine. Oh, it's this character gets his song to play in the musical. Here we go. I'm just a poor boy, nobody loves me. You're like, oh yay, there we go.
I don't know that I'd show too much of that in this story.
No, no, yeah, I was saying I don't know if you need to go that far, but this is like if I was if I was to boil it down to like the like what do you call it, like a one location story where you can't deviate from the building that they're in, like Die Hard, where it's mostly like 99%
Oh,
of it
you're right.
is.
You're right. Yeah, I forgot the Die Hard angle. I forgot we were
Yeah, no,
doing
that's what I'm
doing
saying. That's why I'm
not
like I'm
went
deviating
dumb.
from your idea. So I knew, yeah, but I'm like, well, but you get to then highlight like,
Well, it would make
yeah,
sense to me
characters.
that you get the characters in Die Hard, the limo driver and Officer
Oh, that's
Winslow.
true. I forget the limo
You could
driver
very
technically like Alfred.
you could very easily, yeah, just do Alfred and Gordon on the outside of the building.
Sure. Yeah.
But obviously, because it's Alfred, he's gonna be able to like, sneak some supplies in
Yeah.
to
Well, yeah,
Bruce
he has
Wayne or
different.
some
He has a
shit.
different.
Yeah, yeah.
Cause I'm pretty sure like the cop is going to be more effective than the limo driver, but they both play technically a part
Well, but that being said, I
there.
don't think I would show that overtly. I think okay, so you're absolutely right. It's some sort of like a Christmas party. Fuck it, we might as well make it that.
Yeah.
Christmas party for billionaires, a fundraiser in
Yeah.
Gotham.
Well, Gotham, there, snow is kind of an iconic look for
Right.
that place, for that universe, or for
So
that
again,
setting.
I mean it's Die Hard, so you got to show the action in the building.
Well, yeah. I mean,
Got to
obviously,
be
technically, you can argue the cop is and the limo driver are like in the outside perimeter of the
I
building.
guess that's a good point.
Like
Yeah.
all the
I
cops
just
that
yeah.
the FBI they fly around in a helicopter at one point. You're like, oh, it's technically them at the scene. That's like you would say, was it Nakatomi Towers outside?
Oh, wait a
Exterior.
minute. I realize what
So
this is. We just
they
changed the
talk
setting
outside.
for it's Arkham Asylum.
Yeah, yeah. No, I'm
Yeah.
saying it. There's nothing original about it. It's just how do
No, I'm
you
just retarded. It literally took me this long to realize that that's just what
yeah,
we were
yeah,
doing.
yeah.
I
That's
don't know
pretty much
why I didn't.
yeah. Just change.
I was thinking about
Yeah,
it so hard, I just
instead
like
of
went
Batman
dumb.
going in knowing he's riding solo in Arkham,
Yeah,
he's unwill. This would be the I guess well that's the
his guard is
difference.
down.
Yeah, exactly. Like the idea is like, oh well, he's either Batman going into Arkham knowing it's a fucking trap,
Well, yeah, and
or that's not
the
very Die
party at
Hard to
the
me.
end of Batman
Yeah,
Begins
that's not.
when
Yeah,
Ra's al Ghul burns down the mansion.
yeah, that's not very Batman or that's not very Die Hard to me. It's only if you're a reluctant hero, which is if I'm going to be the most pretentious thing about talking about Die Hard and John McClane as a whole. He's like, this is why I like these characters. I like the Snake Plissken, who's either forced to do it because he's like, fuck you, fuck the government, and then like, well, you
We'll blow
shouldn't have
your
let us
head
put a
off.
bomb in your neck, you dumbass. And then he's like, oh damn it, now I got to do it. So I like the
Damn it!
reluctant.
I'm so
Yeah, I like the reluctant hero where he's like, I'm just trying to get back with my wife and these assholes. And he just so happens to have of course, there is a little bit of a convenience where he just so happens to
right.
have you know, a knowledge of firearms because he's a New York cop. So like, there is obviously like he's not complete. It's not like you do the thing where you can put complete noob because there's stories like that too where you put the complete like on like worst person for the scenario and they rise to that occasion. Like, oh, you wouldn't put a baby in the role of John McClane. You're like, yeah, that's right. But what if? You're like, oh fuck, what if there was a baby? Like, if it was the baby from Baby's Day Out, holy shit, he'd get some shit done. He would be effective.
John McClane as a baby.
Dude, remember Baby's Day Out? Do you remember that
I
movie?
never stopped thinking about Baby's Day
Okay,
Out. Are
thank
you
you.
kidding?
I I I I
There is a
constantly
man
I
in a gorilla
yeah,
suit in that movie,
I am dude, I
unironically.
commonly use the Baby's Day Out as almost like a law or a rule. It
It's
is a
disgusting how often it comes
it's like
up.
Murphy's Law or like, the Big Bang Theory. It's literally the show, not the scientific. No, just kidding.
Yeah,
Anyways,
we don't sacrilege that. We
sorry, that
believe
was a
that.
joke inside of a joke. Anyways, um, no, like when you say the Baby's Day Out, uh, like theory or whatever, and they're like, what do you mean? You're like, what if a baby could actually pull off all these outrageous scenarios in which it would normally just get squashed by an I beam, and that would be the cut to the credits, right? No, but it's Mr. Magoo. But if he was a slightly smaller baby in diapers, got him. Mr. Magoo is just a large baby in diapers. Sorry, I explained the joke. I killed the
Hey,
joke by explaining it.
you're really hating on Mr. Magoo this time around.
Oh, dude, I love Mr. Magoo.
What I
I,
thought.
but I love also making the joke that he's pretty much just like I couldn't help but make a baby. He's a big giant baby joke because
And you're not wrong.
he's a bald, blind, ba- uh, uh, old man. Old blind, old bald blind men are basically
That is the funniest
babies.
kind of person.
Yeah, those are babies. They shit themselves. They can't see. Newborns kind of have a hard time seeing for the first time when they, you have the little pink ball of flesh that their eyes are closed for the first few days slash weeks or whatever. Mr. Magoo is can't see or whatever, and that's like a newborn baby. You know, just more annoying because
I
he
mean,
goes
yeah,
because he doesn't cry. He goes or whatever he does. It sounds more like a Tim Curry character than whatever that
it is
character.
perfect.
Yeah. Anyways, Spice. I love that. That meme. It's based off, I think, Red Alert or whatever. Spice. Tim Curry saying space, but just in his funny way of saying it.
Nice.
It's like yeah, it's
You're
like
saying
if
it like with
Arnold
an accent.
Spice. He just has like his weird like inflection because he's English, so there's technically an
But
accent.
he's also doing that in
Yeah,
like a weird Russian
yeah,
accent.
yeah. But it's also just him doing. It's like Arnold trying to not sound like Arnold. You're like, that's kind of impossible. Like I think there's barely any examples that he's gone past a. No, you're just doing an Arnold thing. But yeah, no. I don't know. At the end of the day, you just do. You just pick all the best pieces of all these things, and you just make a made for TV maybe a double episode special where you see certain key players doing certain things in certain parameters. So like if we want to keep Gordon out on the outside, we can. Then we have the other characters, the other cop main characters inside, like begrudgingly, and that they're there to be security, but they're also there to put on a face because they needed we need the hot Latino to be there. It's like okay, well now there we go. She's there, and then Bruce just kind of usually has a what is it the leverage to just show up. Like, oh, Bruce decided to grace us with his presence, and he's like, "It's what? Yeah, bitch." And he can play off he can play off the Tim Burton Bruce Wayne, where he's kind of an asshole to like, which I
Mm.
think kind of plays to his strength of like maybe like that's why people can then assume like not assume that he's Batman because he's like, oh, he's just like
They think he's just like a little brat,
yeah, like a brat, a low. I always want to say low Cruz, like it's some fucking
recluse,
yeah recluse. Yeah,
like a brown recluse, like this spider.
no, like
I mean, it's spelled the
a
same.
reclusive person.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's like the argument where you're like, oh, that's why we don't see him all the time, so they don't have to go. Wait, he just like it's like the Spider-Man problem where you're like, wait, we just saw Peter and now we see Spider-Man. How do we not know it's the same guy? Because
I kind of like the idea
he goes to
of
everything. So
what
you
if
have the
Bruce Wayne was so psychologically damaged that when this whole event goes down with the villains and shit, like he literally is like catatonic, like having a dysfunctional panic attack
oh, he's just being
until Alfred can.
disassociating from the scenario.
He basically, yeah, he has like a total like breakdown, is like crying and pissing, and people are like, "Oh my god, we've been kidnapped by psychos," and also billionaire Bruce Wayne is fucking shitting his pants like an actual toddler. This is fucking great. So
Now,
then
is that
also,
a real thing or an act? Am I
I
already
mean,
trying to get? Am I already trying to get to through your logic by?
it's a great question, and I very much like the idea of it being ambiguous.
Oh, because I say the joke would be, would be even funnier. Now I just thought of this. Let me add to this. What if we, the audience, can't tell when Batman is being Batman and when he's not being Bruce Wayne. So like you're constantly cutting back to where you're not given the
No,
satisfaction
we
of
just
him.
don't know anything.
No, hold
That's
on,
the
hold on.
problem. The
I like
audience
to
doesn't know anything.
I like to think that you don't get the satisfaction of him like Alfred, I need my suit, and then you see him like change, and you see the change.
Yeah.
So then now you know he's Batman currently. What if we did the thing where you edit out any of that, and so it's constantly jumping back and forth between Batman and Bruce Wayne, and you're like, wait, is there two different people currently doing this, or are we doing this weird thing where like the story, like kind of like we're pulling like a Pulp Fiction-y thing where like the sequences are technically in chronological order, but we're not given enough detail to know when he's over there shitting his pants and when he's being productive as Batman. So then you almost get this weird duality where you're like, wait, what is this? Wait, what is going on? How are we having Batman solve crime and Bruce Wayne both at the same time? And it's not, the whole thing was just how you would articulate the time of the passage of time. So, and it wouldn't be a reveal either. It's not like you go, all right,
No.
we spent the last 20 minutes. We'll see him go. He went through a secret passage here, and then he did this, and you're like, no, it's just what if we tried to
Okay, here's where it comes
basically
together.
what you're doing
So
is you're selling as much as possible the duality of the characters to almost to the point where they almost are literally two separate people. So
right,
then
right, right. Well, it's
so
a
you're
psychological schism.
well, yeah, but us as the
Yeah,
audience are also seeing only seeing when
one
it's
or the
relevant.
other.
Yeah, it's when it's relevant.
Yeah,
Not
exactly.
there's no
Um,
basically there's no us showing our
all right.
hand.
So here's the thing. Here's the thing.
So
There's the way this conversation has gone. I'm having a really hard time separating my concept from my
oh,
original when you were asking me from this
that was
multi-dimensional
not
thing.
that was not my
But
design.
I think
But
it works out. No, because here's the thing. I didn't have a distinct plot in mind, and framing this as Die Hard, but putting my personal quote unquote rework of Batman,
mhm,
that kind of flavor on it, this still lines up really well, and I like it a
yeah.
lot.
Well,
But basically,
that goes back to what you were saying too, where you're like, well, in like if there was like a let's say there was like a what is that called like a news piece on it, there wouldn't be any like talk of like then Bruce Wayne disappeared. Then he came back. Then he like there. I feel like they like in all the. Granted, that's also where we can kind of build like the audience. They don't have to feel like they're going crazy. You're like, well, the the report is gonna make it sound like simultaneously to him and the Batman were there. Like I can't imagine unless there was like a big unless someone witnessed it. I until like that's the thing. Unless there was an eyewitness, you would say Bruce Wayne was shitting his pants in the corner and Batman saved the day. Unless someone eyewitness said, "Oh no, I saw him sneak off."
okay,
If you don't have that person,
all right, check
it
it, check it, check it.
the story would play out as if there was two separate people doing two separate things.
Here's how I would do this.
So
All right, I'm about to have
that's my
like
big
an
brain thought
insanity
on that.
moment here. Oh well, here's my 4D chess
Yeah.
thing here.
Oh shit.
You're gonna block this like a stage play. There are two settings in this narrative, and we only show what happens in these two settings.
And everything has to either be filled up by the audience's imagination, or
There can be, well, here's the thing.
we don't.
There can definitely
Yeah.
be people, there can be characters in the scene who are commenting on things that happened outside of the scene, and that's how we
Yes. Oh
can
yeah. No,
convey certain information.
yeah. Like you're.
But there's two settings.
It's like saying
There's
you don't need
outside
to
the
tell me
building.
that the character goes to the bathroom. I know but naturally they go to the bathroom.
The
Don't show me a
implication is
scene.
there.
Yeah. So you
So
don't need to show me
there's
a scene where he transforms into Batman to then just go do Batman things, right?
none of that. Yeah, nothing like
And
that. Nothing
and
like
again,
that. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
we're also not trying to fool people by going, is there two different people? We're like, no, we're just cutting out.
No,
We're just,
we
it's almost like you
we
can
know who Batman is.
cut out the
We
chaff, as
get
they
the
say.
joke at this point.
Yeah.
So basically, you've got two settings. One setting is outside the building with the police in, I would say, definitely the parking lot, but just in the general outside area around the building. And we can get vague with it. I know in a stage play, you have to have like a concrete setting, but because I'm still imagining this as a comic book, we can sort of play with the boundaries, but it's still, I consider it one setting, and that's just outside the building.
Mm. Well, that's like where
And then there's,
you can do if you're going to go with the play style thing. You're like you go we'll black out and then just one or two spotlights on what vaguely looks like a police car, and then people talking around that, and then maybe the occasional like other like ambient light looks like police like cherries, whatever they're called, cherries and berries, whatever they're called.
Sure, yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah.
You're like,
Sex lights.
they're yeah, there you go. And they're like, that's the outside. And you're like, good enough for me. Maybe you have like one, maybe
Exactly.
you have one strip of police do not
It's
cross.
mostly just Gordon. It's literally mostly just Gordon standing next to a squad car with a bullhorn, and then like occasionally like commenting on like whose car is that? Where is he going? Or just like someone walking up to him and asking him something,
Yeah.
or him like looking up at the building and reacting like, "Oh my God, someone just shot that helicopter with a bazooka,"
The
whatever.
occasional little fart of fog machine,
Yeah, something like
kind of
that.
goes
Exactly.
across,
Yeah, yeah.
it's like, there you go, he's
But
outside.
the other setting would be inside the building with the hostages, and they would kind of roam.
Yeah,
So
the
imagine
main
if
in
this
the
is
main,
like,
everyone go get into the main foyer, or not foyer, but ballroom,
yeah,
the main
exactly.
ballroom.
Or if we're doing the Die Hard thing and it's like an office building and somebody ends up, they end up kind of in a cubicles type area.
Yeah, a common
But
area. Yeah.
right, but the main thing is that we would focus on the majority of the group of hostages. They would have to be key characters just for the sake of focus on why
Hmm.
we'd be following them, but it has to be from their perspective,
Sure.
at least when it's inside the building,
Yeah. Well, is that
because and
is
that's
that
what
also what we're
attention is.
playing off of? Is like outside has far more limiting perspective, therefore there's only so much that is
Yeah,
narratively
we
relevant
can
outside.
we can only convey
Yeah.
so much if we were exclusively from Gordon's perspective. There's only so much we could
Yeah.
convey, and that would just get
But it
boring.
but it, it's
So we
it's it's
got to
enough.
show
It's
the guy
relevant
who's
enough
doing
to
what
have. Otherwise, we would
right.
just omit it, right?
But we're not going to be following Batman crawling through the vents.
Yeah.
We're not going to be
Exactly.
watching the Yippee Ki motherfucker. We're not going to be watching Hans Gruber's or the Riddler's face when he falls out the window. We're not going to get to see any of that. We'll get to see the aftermath. We'll get to hear characters comment on it while it's
Well,
happening. We'll
if this
see
is
it
a
from a
comic book, this
distance.
sounds very boring as a comic book. But as a stage
No, no, no.
play,
You'll
it
see it.
sounds awesome.
You'd see it like from a distance. You would see like the aftermath and shit. You would see like there
Sorry,
would
I was
definitely
just
be
thinking
like
about
a
things. Uh,
there would definitely be like a view of like from a news helicopter filming the moment where he's hanging out of the window before he gets punched or shot or whatever the situation was. You'd get the shot of Batman standing in the broken window with the wind blowing his cape while whatever. You'd get that shot for sure, but it would mostly be the oh, what was dude, nice. I got distracted by the little dude again.
oh,
Cool.
that's why I was like, "Are you
Brisket.
distracted
I
by
like
my?"
brisket, dude. Brisket speaks to me. The character's powerful. Um, but long story short, basically, I like the idea of having certain moments where, like, for example, Bruce Wayne's having his panic attack inside the building when everything first pops off, and like some side characters, or not necessarily side characters, but some of the other hostages, they manage to not necessarily calm him down, but just get him to shut up or something. They find here, you know what? There's a couch in my office over here. Just go lay down, and the whatever the hostages or the fucking kidnapper said that we're fine if we stay in here. Just go lay down over there. You'll be fine. And then he's like, oh, he's like pissing, crying, dysfunctional. And so later on, if something comes up and someone looks in the room and he's not on the couch, they're gonna be like, dude, is Bruce gone? Then somebody's like, you know what? Honestly, I don't even care. Like whatever happens to that
Yeah,
guy, fuck him.
yeah.
He was being so obnoxious. He completely made this thing worse by like, I can't believe he reacted like that. I don't care what happens to him. I'm not gonna go looking for him.
Hmm.
So that way, when he, you know, sort of in miraculously
You
maybe
you
shows
ri-
up
you writ
alive
him
at the
you
end.
written him out of the scene so he can do his Batman thing.
Exactly. And he'll show up at the end, at the very end, he'll be like the last hostage that they pull out. And obviously his demeanor will be completely different because this guy is psychologically unhinged. He'll be shaken, he'll be rattled, he'll be definitely like the adrenaline, he'll be shaking for sure. But he'll have this weird sort of he'll have this weird sort of like macho like he'll be like he's acting like he's proud about something that he got
Yeah,
through
he's
this.
still
And like
riding that
the
high.
the media and everyone around him will look at him as an absolute buffoon who like
Hey, look, I have Action Comics
self-aggrandizing
number one.
idiot. Who has that?
Yeah, it's the 1990 something version,
Nothing wrong with that.
but it is technically considered actually uh, an actual like reprinting of the original,
Did I count it?
so
I
it
say
does
it's
count.
perfectly legitimate. Um,
It says that.
And no, and I
Yeah.
guess you're right, you do wanna see Batman doing things, but I think it would be better if it was, like, from the perspective of, like, a couple of the bad guys, like, start, like, kinda dropping off, so to speak.
Yeah, I was gonna
So the
say, you could
hostages, they're
almost,
not
yeah.
necessarily given permission to roam the building, but there are just less bad guys around to, like, keep them cornered. So they just start roaming around, and in that, you could have moments where, like, down a hallway, somebody sees Batman, like, tackle a dude and, like, throw the gun out of his
Yeah.
hand and knock him
Well,
out or
he's
some
more of
shit.
a
I mean,
presence than he is like a human.
he's not,
Whoa.
yeah, he's not a character. He's not like stopping and
Yeah.
doing one-liners.
Yeah.
He's jumping through the shadows and, fucking crippling people for life, doing the Batman
Again,
shit.
yeah, he's like a creature of the night.
Yeah. Oh, and
Oh,
that's the other thing too is I like the idea
oh
of,
shit,
Gordon's
Batman's here.
outside
Oh
trying to
shit, Batman's
he's
here.
doing that ninja shit.
Doing that. Batman's here, and he's
I
doing
like
that
the idea
ninja
of like,
shit. I like to think of that would be someone's comment. Yo, Batman's here, and he's doing that ninja shit. Anyways,
yeah, literally that's a great quote.
yeah,
But
exactly.
having, Gordon's outside, we'll do the same Die Hard setup where they got a walkie-talkie and the psycho's inside talking to the cops who are outside. We can do the same setup. And
Hmm.
Gordon's trying to manage this thing. He's stuck outside. And here comes a fucking chauffeur, like, someone driving a fucking, I don't know, Buick. Is a Buick a nice car? Do rich people drive Buicks?
Me know nothing about cars.
Yeah, I don't know. We're the wrong people to be trying to do that. Anyway, we'll
I'm
look it
I'm
up.
the
A
most
fancy car pulls
I'm
up.
the least manly man I can think of.
Oh, no, no, it's a money question. We're insufficient. We don't have enough money to know the answer to that question.
No,
Um,
I'm sure I could learn it though. Learning what
we could
is
learn
a
it. I'm just
fancy
not going
car?
to right now.
It should be BMW.
Sure, we'll
Oh,
go with that
well,
BMW.
Rolls
Anyway, car pulls
Royce.
up
I do know enough
and
about cars that I could say like,
Bruce
well, a
Wayne's
Rolls Royce. I know
Bruce
cars.
Wayne's butler steps out of the
Yeah,
car
his butler
and is like
Rolls
asking
Royced.
Gordon like,
Rolls Royced.
and
Stop it.
Fucking Gordon's fully aware of Bruce Wayne being one of the hostages in the building. But at the same time, like his butler pulls up and he's just kind of like, oh man, like I don't know what you expect me to do for you. I don't know what you
Mm,
expect to do here. It's just kind of weird. It's kind of again one of those things that it's like, does Bruce Wayne really like does his butler like babysit him? Is he like always like
yeah.
showing up and like coddling him and shit? Like whatever. It's just like asking questions and acting weird. Like, dude, these guys are weird. The whole thing, they're probably gay together. It's like a whole like there's a whole media circus around Bruce Wayne, the reclusive orphan man
The
child Bruce
reclusive
Wayne,
homosexual, latent
just
homosexual.
living, just him
What
and
the
his
fuck is your
butler with the
problem?
pencil mustache. Making it's old school
How
Gotham, so
how
they're
dare you?
absolutely like
How
scandalizing them for
how
being gay.
dare you?
Oh, absolutely.
You're
I'm
you're
going
gonna you're
there.
gonna you're gonna yeah you're gonna go down that route of stereotyping or the trope of that they or are they not gay?
Well, no, I mean, I guess for argument's sake, they're not, but they would definitely be like a media. There would be a media buzz, like in the tabloids, whatever you call
Yeah,
it.
is he gay? It's
Yeah,
cool.
just
It
him and this
it's
old
big. It's
man.
a
They
bigger
live in
deal
this
if
mansion all by themselves.
we get that answer. Get that
Yeah,
if we
exactly,
get that
exactly.
answered. I'll win the
But anyway, so
Pulitzer Prize.
behind the scenes, you wouldn't see this, but the
Oh
implication is that
yeah,
Alfred sneaks off somewhere and somehow gets some equipment into the building that Bruce Wayne can then get to
yeah.
and
It's again.
become Batman.
We don't actually show you the heist. We just show you the
The
outcome, the
aftermath.
aftermath when they go back to their little one location.
Yeah,
Again,
exactly.
it's Reservoir Dogs, but if it was built around Die Hard slash uh, Batman. We could basically have every high school around the country make do a Batman play.
I'm. You're welcome.
You're welcome. But yeah, I can see that where you do the thing where you go, okay, well you have like Commissioner Gordon being like what do you call it, like greeted or whatever by like Alfred, and he'd be like, yeah, I don't know what you think I can do right now, dude. But then
I don't know why you're here. I
yeah,
don't know why you're talking to me.
yeah, but then like you could, but you, I
There's a
think
grief counselor on the other side of the street. Go talk to
yeah,
her.
like it'd be kind of interesting if you could try and like it's basically again this is why it would be a fun play, but not a good comic necessarily, but like or like a
I guess you could frame it differently.
yeah maybe like a underwhelming like we're gonna do the thing where the scene with Alfred and and Jim Gordon, and then it's like, and then like somehow that the audience's mind gets, or like we help them bridge the gap of like, now that Alfred's here, and then we just heard that the Batman, like it's doing that thing where you're like, we don't need to necessarily show you every scene, every card, every card in our hand, but some of these scenes clearly led up to definitive or like pretty confirming like scenes following. So that's why you would have like writing Bruce Wayne out of the story, quote unquote, which is already kind of cliche because they do that anyways with like where did Bruce go? But maybe if you do it enough to where I don't know, maybe it's more, I don't know, whatever. But I could see where I'd find myself running myself into a hole where I'm like, what am I doing again with this? I want to do the simpler approach to this. This seems like it's too high concept. But other than that, hey, that's what you have to do sometimes, though. You have to kind of like break the mold, break your brain to try and like get past what feels like a wall that some things have kind of over time have built. Like they fortified this idea of what, and I'm using the most vague terminology for, because it's not just about Batman or whatever. It's like, but those things are like IPs are like that sometimes where you're like, I really like that movie, but like I didn't really feel like it was a Batman movie, but it was a really good movie that just happened to have Batman in it. You're like, it's not necessarily a bad thing, but also like that is kind of odd that that would be something. Because like I always tell people, like I think Dredd is a better movie than Judge Dredd, but like Judge Dredd is way more accurate to the comics, so like constantly has me ping ponging back and forth, where you're like, uh, yeah, sure, can I like them both? You're just like, I would say you could for their own respective things. Kind of like saying again, is it if it like is it inherently better if it's just more fateful, or is it just the fact that like it was so compelling and so well written that it doesn't fucking matter? That question doesn't really need to be answered. Like you know, but is it a Batman movie or is it a Batman idea? It's like okay, no, maybe that's what I maybe that's the thing. I like I was saying with the non-existent audience, like sometimes you just kind of have to realize like art is a lot, or like being creative is a lot like the iceberg chart, right? Where like the more obvious, more in your face things are at the top of the chart of the tier list or whatever, and more the more abstract, like visceral, primal thoughts and feelings that you have about something are further down. So like just thinking about abstract stuff and then it has to slowly be refined into something that you can then regurgitate out of your mouth that can then that can then be conceived by another living human being to then have them be able to help like create something. So like that whole thing where um, like the Mona Lisa is just at the top of the iceberg, like just the item, just the artwork itself is the final product. It's the final thing. It's only and then the next step would be like Da Vinci and his philosophies. It's like, well, that's you could still wrap your brain around that. Like it's like this, the person is being questioned, so it's not too abstract, but it is abstract to like boil down to human beings, whatever. Then the next step would be like just consciousness and how whatever. Like see how I'm sounds already obnoxiously like weird, but like I still feel like that's how a lot of things are. Like if you how do you articulate like the most primal basic thought of like a eureka moment or like an idea? It's like obviously without just saying Batman. It's like, well, no, no. I mean, like even further down, like how do you even? I don't know. Maybe I'm giving creative thoughts too much credit to where you're like, where you just do the thing where you go like, blood, blood, and you're like, that sounds pretentious as fuck. But then you're like, well, no, like, but what about? Where do you think? Where does blood come from? And then you're just like, wait, what do you mean? And you're like, I don't know. Like, see how I'm already trying to like. Sometimes you do have to kind of like be retarded and think of stuff like that before you can then like eventually go, wait, okay, this, and you're just like, oh, okay, and then it slowly move, and then finally it starts to get refined to the point where you're like, oh, that's a full fledged idea there. Finally, I don't know. Maybe I just think too much sometimes about that, where you're like, where does ideas come from? It's like, what? What? What even? What even is the thing that I just came up with? Like, how did I even dream up that? And you're like, you probably just said it just now. You dreamed it. Well, but what is it? What did the dream do for me? It's like, I guess it gave you the proper parameters in which you could then take that and run with it. And you're just like, yeah, but like, I don't see how I'm already getting kind of weird. Some days you feel like you need to like redefine what is just a comic book, an idea. Uh-huh. And you're like, yeah, but like, what is an idea? Again, I think it's silly, but there's a bit of truth to that. Like where you kind of go, it's that like the thing where like no one knew until they asked why. Those type of kind of pretentious things that sometimes have some rhyme or reason for why they gestated and then matured into like something that sounds less embarrassing to talk to people about. Like that's where I'm at. Where like it's like how to make something sound less embarrassing, explaining to people. Like before that, it's just you going crazy in your head about weird abstract stuff, and only until you can say it out loud do you go, I don't feel like a complete reject or weirdo if I say, what if Batman, but like it's a play, and it's like you can still be laughed at, of course, but like at least they can grasp the idea, and you don't just go, and you're just like, what the fuck did he even do? Like he just regurgitated like like conscious, semi-conscious things. I don't know, like like the like
Somewhere in there was
yeah,
a very poignant sort of
sure,
insight into the creative
yes,
mindset.
yes,
When you
exactly.
said regurgitate twice,
Did I?
yeah, right
Oh
there
no.
towards the beginning
I know
and
I
right
said
there
I
towards the
know I
end.
said
It's not a bad thing, but I definitely lost the plot because
yeah.
you said regurgitate twice.
I know I said what was the other word I'm looking for? Vapid or whatever, or what's the other word I
Well,
was
that's
looking?
fine.
Not that one.
You're
Pretentious.
allowed to
I know
use
I
the
know I
word,
said no, I am aware that I said pretentious twice, but that was intent. I knew that.
and that's fine too. Just specifically regurgitate. Regurgitate means puke. Puke is very, it's funny. I like
Yeah.
puking. You mentioned
Well,
puking twice.
now you made me think twice about my sanity, in which I wasn't aware that I said that word twice. So I just have to assume you're not fucking with me, and that's true.
And I'm pretty sure I heard you say it twice.
Yeah. Well, it was a stream of random things coming out of my mouth as I thought about it. So to have
And
a,
and
a
there's nothing
limitation on
wrong with
my
it.
yeah to have a limitation on my vocabulary at the time could seem
I understand.
like a
But
downside or like
that
a
word though, like you made me think about puke twice,
it's like when you
which is
say
very funny.
yeah, it's like whenever someone says duty, you can't not snicker and go,
Okay,
he
it's
said
like the
duty.
same thing.
It's exactly the
It's
same
as if
thing.
you had said duty twice. It's the same.
No, no,
Like I
no.
couldn't.
That's not the exact same because you only have to say duty once for someone to go, you said duty.
Right.
And then immediately you go, oh, great. Now I can't say it again because then you'll know that I'm trying to be silly or now you're not making, now you're not taking me seriously. I'm going home.
I do to a certain extent.
What, take me serious or not take me serious?
I do.
Aha, get you. Got you.
The thing is, you're you know you're a silly person, so I got to keep that in mind.
Yeah, no, see, again, this is where you go, I hope you are taking your medicine. It's like, come on, it's not that bad. It
I
was
mean,
just
I don't know. It's
It's me trying to articulate the more nuanced feelings and thoughts that course through maybe at least in this case one man's thoughts, but there could be maybe if I didn't say regurgitate twice, you would have been like, you know what, I saw myself in that for a second. Yes,
and I did. it was drinking the metaphor.
It was during the two regurgitations. That's thanks a lot. This friendship, it's over. It's it's
Dang it.
over.
Ruined it.
Wouldn't that be? Now I'm just being stupid. Where it's like, oh, imagine if our friendship was lost because of that. And you're like, well, you just said
I
it.
mean that would honestly be
Uh,
worth it. It'd be the
Play.
chapter
We gotta
closed
play
on a
the
great
part. We gotta
story.
play the bit, which is this friendship is over, and then you're just like, oh, dang it. I have to then play with the bit. I have to go along with the bit. Damn it. But yeah, speaking of that thing I said a while back,
Oh,
just to change subjects just enough because I thought it was silly enough to be like, all right, more we're putting more. There's more mythos to our original idea, which is just a ripoff of all these other things that we are inspired by. Which again is, I would say, is the non crazy way of saying where do ideas and thoughts and creative things come from. It's just ripping off other people's stuff.
things
That's
that inspire you.
yeah, inspiration. It's pretty short
Be-
and sweet.
Being inspired is a nice way of saying you ripped it off.
Yeah. Well, again, talking about that, the where that's at in the iceberg chart, it's somewhere in the middle. It's not. It's kind of getting close to the top, because you can articulate that, and there's a fairly coherent logic behind. Oh yeah, something that inspires you. You would inherently like feel like you would. It would be like a. It's like a trace of something that is attached to your creative, you know, inspirations or aspirations or whatever. So you're like, oh yeah, of course, you would naturally would draw something or create something that has a very similar style or feeling or aesthetic or whatever to insert artist or whatever, right? So it's the same thing where like those are easier concepts to kind of get to a point. That's what I'm saying at the end. But anyways, I digress on that. But anyways, so yeah, Spring Tucky. We might just add the what is it the character that is which was a separate scenario storyline, and I don't think anyone knows about this on my channel, but whatever. You're here at first, folks. Um, but the TCG card game store character, I think we're just gonna like he might just go get shuffled into the Spring Tucky
It fits.
universe. So, and he's just like a character that's constantly kind of like a rickety cricket. We're just making like Seinfeld and Always Sunny, but with and Trailer Park Boys, but just with our own flair of retardation meets Oregon uh, trailer trash.
Pretty
Anyways,
much.
or yeah. So, anyways, yeah, he would just be a character that would slowly devolve into like this crazy character to begin with. Where I was like, oh yeah, he's a fairly successful brick and mortar you know card game shop or whatever, and then eventually he slowly we find out the other main characters or whatever slowly come to find that he's living in said card shop, and then eventually just like starts to devolve even further. Like it was to the point where I'm like, I could see this working because it's based around like some of the parameters of like say like there's uh like a reoccurring like set pieces where like if there is like a quote unquote again ripping off Trailer Park Boys, if there is a quote unquote trailer park area, it's not the main like it's not the main setting. It's the whole city or the whole town or whatever. But um, the joke would be that like he ends up being like, oh, and then he has to sell his company or his store, the brick and mortar. But then the joke is that he still has product and he's trying to do it outside like he's trying to do the business outside of his like trailer or whatever. And you're like, wait, what? Why would you? Why would you even bother to continue doing it? And it would be even funnier where it's like you would have to play it off like it's not just like, well, why wouldn't you just do online? It's like I don't know, maybe it's a drug. There's a drug reference to like why you would have need to be in person, why he would not to. I don't know. But anyways, I I find from your silence, I find it to be probably not worth pursuing, but at least
I mean,
it's part of
he fits the
the
theme.
larger
We just need
world. Yeah, the larger world as a
yeah, we
whole.
just need to build out the concept. That's all.
Yeah.
But the concept that's kind of the whole thing. It's just guy lives in a TCG
Hmm.
card shop.
Yeah. Well, that was the thing too, where I was doing the thing where Corey and I were pantomiming, or like where you kind of riff with like character stuff, where it's like if we're hanging outside there, and he's like, and then we go like, he's like out there with us or whatever, and then he's like, it gets to a point where like he thinks he can hold on to the secret that he's not living in there, and then we're like, we we can see you in there. Like I've seen you, I've seen you naked walk across the building, like in your completely nude, like. And he's like, oh yeah, well, I guess the cat's out of the bag or whatever. And he's like, yeah, like maybe you should do something about that. And then like another scene would be like there'd be these like really obvious curtains that look more like house curtains. They're not like Venetian blinds that would help block out sun while you're playing a card game or whatever. It would just be like these ornamental, big, obnoxious curtains that you would clearly close when you close them at night, for privacy. And then that would be like the next, like another scene where you're like, now we know you definitely live here because look, no one would put these obnoxious fucking blinds up. You never use them for any other reason. You got like at a certain point, literally hit the card shop starts to look like a
It just
house.
looks like a house. Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah, yeah. Like there's a bless this mess or whatever like sign eventually on the wall. There's like, and it would just be our characters slowly just being like,
A straight up like a
there's a
picket fence
yeah,
driven into the asphalt in the parking lot.
yeah, like the front looks like it's trying to be like a nuclear family style house for what aesthetically.
Yeah.
There's there's literally like an unironic welcome mat. Like it's we know that's not like a funny because you've done so many other things
Pink
before that.
flamingos on the sidewalk.
Yeah, and that would be the joke where and then eventually like that would be like maybe through like that's a running like that would be the thing where you go that's a running gag through like season, and then like to just like how you kind of have to constantly kind of play with expectations, or you have to kind of let's add another layer of comedy to this character. So then you're like, okay, well then next season he's gonna get kicked out of his place of business because they find out officially at that point they do find out that he's been living there, and that the whole last season was just making jokes about like how are you not living there, like you have like literally like eventually it gets to the bad, it gets so bad where it's like the back room where like stock is it just looks like a makeshift house, like replica of like where you would have like you're like this is the living room, this is whatever, and you're like okay now this is just ridiculous, like how do and then come to find at the like the beginning of the next season where you didn't see it, but then it's like, hey, wait, why are you here and doing like, and of course this is where you can like mix the blend of like it's a nerd show, but it's also like a nerdy loser show, which is what I feel like what is Spring Tucky in a nutshell. It's just like nerds if they were complete losers, but also kind of cool or kind of backwater a little bit, right? That's the whole kind of
Cool and backwater.
yeah,
Wow.
yeah. Well, I mean, you can be sexy in backwater retards,
I don't want to argue with that.
Gator boys. Except there's no gators here, just fucking
Gator
nutria,
boys, just gator boys.
just nutria. The scariest things we got in these parts are nutria, and that's also funny too because I'm like, I don't think there's. I mean, I'm sure there's nutria other places, but I feel like if there's one place that they're an epidemic, it's in Oregon. And they're like they're not beavers. Beavers are not you know bad. It's nutria. They're the true rats of the Northwest. And we have rats, you know. Yeah, but yeah, the next like there would be like the revisit, like you, the next time you see the character, they've already been kicked out of their store, and they're doing live like games like outside of a tray, like a double wide or something, and there's a like a plastic tables, and there's a bunch of people doing nerdy card games out in the yard. And they're like, "What the fuck is this?" He's like, "Well, I mean, these are all the guys that lost a great card shop. So like, it only seemed right that I would just continue doing all the stuff I would be doing at my house." And they're like, "Wait, now that you do have a house, now you're going to be that guy that has like tons of nerds sitting at plastic tables and outside playing card games." And I don't know if I'm sure you've been to those like
Oh yeah, like a
those
like
events, yeah.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
And it's
The
just like,
folding table.
yeah, it's like that's all that's inside there anyways, is a bunch of nerds sitting around
Yeah,
plastic tables, and then the owners talking, about like, in 20 minutes we're gonna whatever, and you know here's the rankings and time, and anyways, and then yeah. But then at the same time, I just was thinking, it was like, it'd be kind of funny if we could try and build that around, where like, go into his house, and the irony is his house, even though he has like property, his house looks more like a game store than a house. So see how it flips? So when they go inside, they're like, "Oh yeah, like you want to drink?" It's like, "Yeah, sure." They go into the house, and the house looks more like a game shop, where there's like shelves and like people
it's
wandering
a tiny
around
bit.
buying stuff.
I like that.
Yeah, and he's like, "Oh yeah." He's like, they're like, "Wait, so there's nowhere to sit?" Like, and he's like, "Or like chill, or like you don't have a counter?" Like, "No, man, like that's the register. The register's
I don't got
in."
any room. I got all my stuff.
He's like, "As long as I've, as long as I got some change of clothes, and I can take a shit, like take a shower, take a shit, change of clothes. I've got everything else outside of this world, out in this world." You're like, "You don't have a refrigerator?"
Yeah,
It's like, "Nah, man, the world's my refrigerator." You're like, "What the fuck?" I guess. I mean, you got to go to the fucking 7-Eleven on a regular basis to just. You're like, "Yeah, I go to, I go to the, I go to the local quickie mart just to get a cup of hot water." You're like, "What the fuck?" Like, like, to the point where like, you're like, "Wait, I don't get you." Like, that's where the characters just kind of like, "Okay, I can't not, like, I got to stop asking questions, because like, I don't want to know the answers to them, or they're just gonna those answers are just gonna piss me off." But I don't know. It'd be kind of fun to be uh just one of the many things worth populating the world that is that, which is that. I don't know why I'm making it sound so coded or like secretive, even though we just said it's Spring Tucky. But yeah, I don't know. There's some other. That was another little continuation of like quick brainstorming, where it's just like it's on the back burner, and then all of a sudden you're like, "Hey, wait, what about this one thing?" And then you just uh, what is it called? Like, you just act it out to death, and then you're like, "Yep, that's the new thing. That's the new lore. The
it's the
new
new meta.
the new meta of this universe is this." So, anyways, it's kind of fun to do that sometimes. I'm trying to think of.
Yeah, that's some pretty good. The parallel between those goofy ideas is itself
Yeah.
very goofy.
Yeah, you won't see that on shows like Tires. I don't even know if is it single or
Oof, no,
plural.
hey, whoa, whoa, whoa. Come on now, that's good shit.
Situational comedy, where it's the because that I think somehow came into the conversation, where we were making a joke about, like, we were like, well, being part of a family like auto tire store. It's like, yeah, like, yeah, you can make something funny out of that. Yeah, it exists now, obviously. So we can make fun of anything. There's Big Bang Theory exists. If
Literally.
yeah, if that is a smashing hit with all the normies that think that that's what nerds are, then we've pretty much nailed it. We've got this in the bag. But yeah, there you go. That was my little dog ear note, whatever that I finally got to, like an hour or two later.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, you got to it.
I did. But yeah, I don't know. Does this feel like a natural point to stop?
See, well, it's two. Oh, well, it's 2 a.m. You were going for like an hour, maybe before I got on here. So you've
Yeah.
been going for a while now.
Yeah. I always look at my. I can always look at uh OBS's recording time, and it's 4.5 hours for me total.
Oh yeah, okay, even going for
So
a minute. I mean, we can.
it's usually the 4.5 5 hour mark. I kind of start feeling it,
Yeah,
whether
that
whether
makes
you
good sense.
whether you jump on at a certain time or not. It's always like,
You know, I have been sitting for a minute. I could probably get up, get a drink,
I get this thing
take a
where it's like
piss.
my headset just starts to give me a headache, and it's like,
Oh, you know, I alternate my ears, so
yeah,
I keep going.
yeah. No, I do the thing where I'm like I just turn my headphones out towards away from my head because they can spin. So it's like whatever's like the how little contact can my headset touch my head to consider it even a headset anymore. Really where it gets to. It's like, all right, it's barely like as long as I can hear you and you can hear me. Like the headset can literally just be barely on my head in order to avoid feeling like my head's in a vice. It's like, oh, which is weird because it's like I didn't think that would be what the headset's doing, but I don't know. Apparently that is a thing. Like I've never worn a headset that doesn't hurt like after like the 4 hour mark, and I just start to like dwell on it in the back of my mind until I say it out loud, like I am now. Or it's like, oh, this is starting to hurt my head. Uh,
Yeah.
that or my voice starts to kind of hoarse, or my neck, my throat starts to kind of, that little sharp point in your throat that kind of,
Oh
yeah.
yeah,
Right now
I
it's like,
start feeling it.
yeah, like a muscle in my neck. Like every time I open my mouth and start talking, and my throat kind of goes up and down. It's like, oh, there's a little sharp point. I need to stop talking. Right. Kind of like you get the Charlie horse as you like, oh, I should have stretched. Oh, I
Oh, it's
could.
the same thing. It's a
Yeah,
vocal Charlie horse.
yeah. I only can run for so long before my body goes, hey, you fucked up. But other than that, and this helps at least keep my channel somewhat relevant and still alive to some extent. Because I have this is oh probably shouldn't be saying this out loud, but I don't know if I have any plans for new videos.
I mean, it
Kind of
is
at
what
a
it is.
kind of at a I always do this thing where
I
like,
haven't uploaded in like 3 years. My channel's still
yeah,
there. I'll do something with it eventually.
yeah. For me, it's always like these weird like ups and downs where I'm like, there's like a flow of inspiration and like willingness to like execute stuff, and then it's like, and then like other things take priority, and I'm like, well, I do technically am not a dormant or dead channel, but like after a few weeks, months, it's like you start to feel like, eh. At a certain point, you do actually get defined as said thing. So these little live things, at least, kind of are the next best thing to like. I don't know. It's the next little bit of fix that you get before you have to start relapsing. So whatever it takes. Um, but yeah, all right. Well, thanks for joining me, and I'm sure there'll be
Oh yes.
plenty of other things in future podcasts uh, to talk about that doesn't involve my brain slowly devolving into like I want to go to bed.
Oh, we just gotta
So
do it earlier. That's all.
that's it.
I
Of
keep it
course,
quick.
and it's not. I mean, 20 minutes or 30 minutes is not a big deal. Like difference. Like you get home at 9 o'clock or whatever. I'm not going to be like, oh, you need to get on as soon as you get home. Like if it takes you 30
You're
minutes
on
to an
now.
yeah, if it takes you like 30 minutes to an hour to get situated, I mean that's not a problem. I might want to get started early just to get kind of that first kind of I don't know the early streaming kind of minutes. And then it feels like it's like, oh, well, about an hour in, you know, danger's calling. And I meant that as a double double meaning.
Dude,
And yeah,
that's dope.
it's literally the danger's calling. That's the bit.
Dude, I'm
Um,
down. I like the shit out of that.
mhm. So yeah, yeah, and then I just yeah we just evolve into let's just end it there before we get fully committed to brain rot or whatever. But yeah, again, danger plays or whatever. I can never remember it.
Yeah, they're all over the place. Danger makes videos. Danger plays games on Kick. I'll get on there
There's at
eventually.
least I see the consistent or the logic behind how that works. Like Danger plays video
Separate.
games and Danger
Yeah,
makes videos, right? Is that what I
yeah,
said? Okay, yeah.
yeah.
It's you doing something, and I just have to remember how to articulate those easy to
Well, if I did it more
yeah,
often, it would be relevant.
sure. I well, I mean I no judgment passed on you. At least I can't say anything too much. It's like, I
Whatever.
I get
I mean, you're inspiring me enough to getting on your streams is definitely making me think twice about doing it myself. So you're doing me
well,
that much of a favor.
misery is always more fun when you share it with others.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair.
And I don't know. I'm not saying this is miserable, but I feel like that's a common or a quick way to like
It's
describe.
adjacent.
Yeah,
The concept is
yeah,
adjacent.
it's easy to describe. Like, oh well, isn't there a saying? Isn't that misery loves company? That's a saying, right? So
That's how it
if I can
goes.
be productive with that as my mantra, then look out, people, look out, folks. That's
It's going down.
that's someone to be afraid of. Misery loves company, and they're like, oh shit, oh fuck,
It's hardcore.
holy shit, I can't not be like interested in whatever. He's using something that's technically not very alluring as a way to get him psyched up for something as mundane as streaming. Holy shit, I need to know more. I'm totally sold in 100%. I bought in.
Nothing will change
Yeah.
my mind.
Yeah. So, well, that's cool. Well, then maybe I'll make a guest appearance on your stream one of these days. And
That could work. We can figure something
the
out.
other shoe can drop.
I honestly do think I need to upgrade my PC. It does get a little wonky when I was trying. If I just streaming and having my browser open, my computer
Yeah, that does
does
suck.
not like it.
That is no fun. Even when it's like,
Yeah.
even if it would be to be like marginally like better, it's like that's sad. I hate when that like technology is like it could even be a thing where like you just need to change enough settings to where like I don't know everything can be done without jeopardizing like you know like
It
quality. But it's like
possibly a settings thing.
because
No, I
because
think I
my
just need to upgrade
because
like some of my
yeah
shit
because
because
my web
there's certain like games that my computer can't handle. Certain
oh
modern games
gotcha yeah
settings. Yeah.
huh weird because like for me it's like my webcam that I use it's like I still could argue like you might not see what I'm doing but like I guess it's better than if it was uh captured on a potato as as they say so
It is, yeah, better than potato quality.
yeah that's where I'm saying or I guess that's what I'm trying to like reach out to you as it's like there's like a difference between like subtly improving and having that be passable than just being like everything looks really bad. I need to make giant changes in my setup. And you're like, again, I guess if you can afford that, or like if you have that, if you can actually make that happen, sure. But if you're trying to do it on a budget or whatever, I'm like, yeah, you can kind of cut corners. Like if it means you
Oh, for
just
sure. Yeah,
if
yeah.
you only need to do so much to get those like the baseline of what you want out of it, like being able to like stream some like a game, but it's the fact that you're only adding like only a couple variables. Like it's like saying, well, I can play a video game, but then if I stream it, then it chugs, and then you're like, I'm sure there's some pretty straightforward ways of like getting like remedying that versus going, well, I can't even like if you said like you just said, I can't even play some of the modern games out there, and it's like, oh shit, well that's kind of expensive because then you could say like, well that's a GPU thing, and it's like, okay, well how much do those go? And you're like, I don't know. It could get pretty expensive if it means that like quote unquote
Oh, yeah,
it's
definitely. Well,
it's
that's
it's
hence why I
better,
haven't.
yeah. Because I don't have a good graphics card, but I feel like I've never had a problem with streaming and whatnot. It's all based around like
It might be my
giving.
processor. I might need a
Yeah,
better CPU.
exactly. Yeah, it's like giving. Yeah, not assaulting your PC or your CPU and GPU and everything all at once, and obviously then you also your upload speed or whatever as well, like the speed of your internet matters. So like all of that, it's all kind of like a synergetic thing where it is a bummer when you're like, well, like technically you can do two out of the three things, that but it still leaves more desire to have it be better for your audience. Because like again, I feel bad sometimes. I'm like, the image of my videos is bad, but at least the audio is not too shitty, or I don't edit, therefore hopefully at least having a decent picture and audio makes up for not not having any editing or flourishes there. Like in terms of like a YouTube video, like the next best thing would be like,
Oh, right, right.
well then editing, and then it's like, ooh, that's all you're missing is to be successful is a well edited video, and you're like, probably, but I don't have any interest and I don't have money to pay someone, so that doesn't get settled until one of those things happen, where either I feel like editing or I can pay someone to do it. And I don't really like to
Who
go,
wants
hey,
to do that?
hey, you're my friend. Can you do it for free? I'll pay you an exposure. And nothing's more fucked up than saying that
Ooh,
to people.
yeah, that's not how you talk to friends.
That's how you not talk to anyone who wants to do anything for you.
Oh,
Because like that's like everyone out there, anyone young, it's a lie. Never accept getting paid in exposure. That's actually that's actually a bad word. I just said the N word out for artists.
no, it's straight up like I'm offended,
Yeah,
dude.
yeah. Artists do you don't want to hear that. Unless there, I mean, I guess maybe maybe there is an argument for exposure. Like if like Joe Rogan showed a drawing of yours and a billion people saw it, and then all of a sudden they turned around and went, "Oh, hey, let's go visit his Etsy page or something," then that's maybe exposure. But eventually, at one of the, you would hope that eventually someone would have bought something, and then it wouldn't quote unquote be exposure necessarily, because that means, I don't know, but I've seen that happen, I guess, where people blow up where they're like, oh hey, this is a thing, and then you're like, they didn't necessarily say support them, but they also just name dropped them. So I hope that they got something out of being name dropped. Like if I got name dropped by someone, even if they weren't even a big star or whatever, it's like I hope I see at least something from that.
Give me some money.
Well, not even money necessarily, but I'm like, yeah, it's like I don't know. It seems like it. Well, again, it's free. Exposure is technically free or whatever. Where you're like, you know, just dropping your channel's name. I'm not really doing you any favors. I mean, by that logic, like if I was to actually send people there, like make them go over there and do something that financially helped you, I guess that's where that ends up being relevant. I like whatever. I'm getting too tired, and now my brain is like, yeah, this all makes sense. This all checks out. So once again, thank you, and
Yes.
good night to everyone on the live stream. Bye.
Bye bye.